Hi, everybody. Good morning. I'm giving it a sec. I think the last person that I was expecting is joining, so let's give it a moment. Let me see. Emily is here. Marissa. Marissa, are you here? Maybe I'm not saying your name. I don't think so. Okay, so we might be waiting for one more. Emily, I said yes. Christy, yes. And everybody else, I already wrote down their names. Okay, so I don't want to waste your time. Let's go ahead and get started. Thank you for joining me today. My name is Agustina. You probably at this point received an email from me already. And just a quick introduction, I've been working with Max Scholar for the past 8 years or so. It's been a while. And mostly what I do is this type of things. I do training for teachers. I work alongside the teachers while they're doing the implementation, whether that is of the Orton Gillingham offline or online. You'll understand what that means as we go through the training today. But that's pretty much what I do, where I come from, and what I do every day. So past today, when you start implementing the program with your students, I'll also probably be your main go-to person whenever you have questions, whenever you're ready to set them up, etc., etc. So what I'm displaying on my screen right now is the agenda. I did send you an email with a bunch of different things. So I want to go over what those things are. And I am aware that some of you did not receive the training materials yet. I do apologize for that. We usually, I don't know if you saw it on the registration form when you first signed up, that it says that you must sign up at least 2 weeks before the date of the training, precisely because of the materials. And FedEx, especially lately, they've been delayed 100% of the times. So for those that didn't receive the materials, when we take a break, you can let me know and I can give you the tracking number so that you can see when you're expecting to receive the teacher manuals and all of that. However, don't worry about it for today. I will be displaying everything that I'm talking about. I will display on my screen. I would be pulling up things on my camera, so you will know what it is that I'm talking about and what it is that you're going to have in front of you. I see a message on the chat. Sue, yes, it's fine. I am recording the training, by the way, and you will receive the recording. So if you need to step out for a moment, you can. If you need to, I don't know, answer a phone call, it's fine. Just mute yourself, hide your webcam, and you'll be fine. You'll be able to catch up whatever you missed later on. So having that said, the first thing that I want to cover is what's in the agenda. Then we'll go to organizing all the materials that we have from the email, meaning the handouts that I sent out. And then we'll go into the actual training manuals and all of that some of you have, some of you do not, but I want you all to know what we're going to be dealing with today. So let's go through the agenda first. In the morning section, we're going to be covering the more foundational skills of the Orton Gillingham approach. And I will introduce you to what the Orton Gillingham is, if you're not aware, how Max Scholar uses the Orton Gillingham. But just so you have a general idea, in the morning, we're going to focus on the more basic phonics skills, the foundational knowledge of letters, sounds, graphemes, phonemes, and a bunch of different phonics and reading skills related to that basic foundation. Then we're going to have a little break. Then we're going to deal with Max Reading. Max Reading is a program that is built into the Max Scholar software. So today we're going to see certain things or how the Orton Gillingham can be implemented online and offline. When we're talking about online, I'm going to be referring to Max Scholar. You all will have access to the website. You have at least one student that you can enroll, unless your school purchased additional licenses, but you all at least get one student that you can enroll. So that's going to be when we do things online. There's the phonics online, there's the reading online, and everything that we'll see today, we have in an online format. And then all our teacher manuals and the workbooks that you either have or will receive, hopefully in the next couple of days. That is how we do all the Orton-Gillingham approach, all these same lesson plans offline through guided instruction. So again, in the morning, we focus on the phonics. Then we have a little break. Then we'll focus on max reading. That is more reading comprehension, highlighting important parts of information, reading in general, vocabulary. Then we're going to break for lunch. And then in the afternoon portion, we're going to have pretty much what happens after I'm done with the phonics, meaning when I've mastered my letters and my blends and my digraphs, what comes next? And that is dealing with multisyllabic words, spelling rules, syllable types, double vowels, silent E, et cetera, all of that will be covered more in the afternoon. So I know that we have a mix of grades that you guys teach, different states, different schools, different setups. So just know that we're going to cover a wide range. So if you teach the higher grades, you are going to get some useful information from the morning portion, but you're probably going to be more interested in the afternoon, and vice versa. If you teach the younger grades, the morning portion is what you're going to be more centered when you do the implementation. But then the afternoon is also going to be very important information for whenever your students do reach that level that they can move on from the phonics. So we started at 9 and we're going to end at around 3. At the end, I'm leaving some time to have a more of an open conversation, questions and answers about next steps. Although, of course, as I'm going through the training, if you have questions, feel free to stop me. I tend to look to the side. That's because I'm checking if there's anything in the chat box. So feel free to stop me. Otherwise, I'll just keep talking nonstop for the entirety of the training. So that's the agenda. So we know what we're covering. We know what's in the morning. We know what's in the afternoon. Now I want to go over the attachments that I sent you on the email. So one is the agenda. Then I sent you a couple other things. I sent you this. The Max Scholar Phonics lesson plan. That is a few pages long, 8 pages to be exact. And it has on the first page 9 steps within that lesson plan. We're going to use one this morning, so keep that one handy. If you didn't print it out, that's fine. You can use it from the computer. It's a Word document so that you can type into it. But this is what we're going to use to write our lesson plans. Then we have another lesson plan that's called the Max Scholar Multisyllabic Word Lesson Plan. This we're going to use in the afternoon. You can put it on the side for now. Then I also sent you the file was called PD Homework for Teachers Elementary. On the file itself, it says post-training homework for teachers. Remember I said that we're going to see things online and offline. This homework or set of assignments that we're going to do most of them together, or at least we're going to start most of them together. So this is all tasks in the software. This is for you to become more acquainted with how the lessons are presented in the software, so that when you enroll your student or when you're about to start working with your student in the software, you'll know what different levels and different programs look like. So pretty much it's a list of tasks on all the individual programs or sub-programs that the Max Scholar software has. Keep that handy. We'll use this in the morning and in the afternoon. Then another thing that I sent you was the review cards. Those we're going to leave for the end, so you can put them aside. And I think that's all the attachments that I had sent. Now let's go to the actual training materials. And if you don't have them yet, then you can look at my cam. This is what you will be getting. You're going to have 4 teacher manuals and 4 student workbooks. So you're going to have 8 books overall. 4 for you, the teacher, 4 for your student. Those 4 correlate with each other. So there's a basic phonics teacher manual, there's a basic phonics student workbook. There's a blends teacher manual, there's a blends student workbook, and so on. So let me show you the covers, and I'll also let you know what you need to keep handy for this morning portion. So this one that has Max Phonics in the cover, it's like a lime green cover. This is your teacher manuals for the basic phonics, meaning consonants and short vowels. This is the one that we'll focus on in the morning, so keep this one handy. This one has a student workbook that goes along with it. That one, I don't have it in hard copy, but I did put it up here. I don't know why my screens got messed up and switched, but here, this is the student workbook that goes along with this teacher manual. You'll see that it has consonants and short vowels. This is the one that goes through consonants and short vowels. We're going to talk about both of those in this morning portion. Then you have a similar workbook, similar teacher manual and workbook, and they're similar because they also deal with phonics. They deal with the same basic structure of the Orton-Gillingham steps that we're about to go through, but instead of consonants and vowels, it goes through blends. So this is your teacher manual for blends. It's a dark navy blue type of color. And this one has also a student workbook that goes along with it that looks like this. It's a purple cover. So you have blends, goes with blends. You can put this on the side. I'm going to focus on the consonants and vowels, and keep in mind that for the consonants and vowels and for the blends and for the digraphs that I'm about to show you, the sequence that we follow is the same. What changes is what sounds I'm working with at any time, but the flow of the lesson plan will be the same. So the teacher manuals are also pretty similar to one another. So next is the digraphs. The digraphs is this one that has like a orangey yellowish cover. This is your teacher manual, which goes along with this student's workbook. And then we have, and I don't know where I put my Clover teacher manual, but the last of the teacher manuals that you have has the word Clover in the cover. It's a lighter blue color. This one we'll use in the afternoon. This is the syllabication one. And it goes along with the student workbook that you have left, which is this one that also says Clover and the cover. So again, 4 teacher manuals, 4 student workbooks, and they're paired up together. In the morning, we're going to focus on the phonics one, the lime green one. And in the afternoon, we're going to focus on the Clover, the blends, and the digraphs. Remember, they're going to be pretty similar to what we're seeing right now in the morning portion with the consonants and vowels. Other than that, you should have received or will receive a deck of cards that look kind of like this. It's a deck of quite a few cards. I have them already separated with rubber bands, but you'll have letters in the front, pictures in the back, and you'll have these for the alphabet, for blends, and for digraphs as well. So you have all of those in your little deck. What I did here, just by the way, is that I grouped the letters as they are grouped in the teacher manuals. Each group of letters or each group of sounds is a different lesson plan that I do. So pretty much I separated them. This is one lesson plan. This is another lesson plan, and so on. I'll show you while we're going through the steps. It's going to make a little more sense then. And the last thing that you should have received is a little bag with alpha chips. I have them set up like this just for these type of trainings. It's easier to see, but you're going to have 1 chip for every letter in the alphabet, and this is going to be for tactile exercises. And again, we'll see how we use those throughout. For now, if you have the materials, keep this one handy. Keep the one that I'm about to show on my screen handy. And you can put everything else to the side for now. And then I did list some other things that you should have, like index cards and a Sharpie marker. I'll let you know when we're gonna need those. If you didn't get a chance to get those on time, don't worry about it either. We'll be able to make do with what we do have. So having that said, I want to go ahead and pull up a PowerPoint presentation that I have here that we're going to be following through. And everything that I displaying on my screen, everything that I talk about, I will be sharing with you guys later if I didn't already. So give me just one moment. I need to adjust the temperature here. Give me one second. All right, I'm back. So let's go ahead and get started with the actual content of the training. There's a lot of things that I want to cover with you. The goal of today's training is to really expose you to a wide range of skills and how they're taught in an explicit and systematic way. So the bulk of the knowledge you're going to get today. The bulk of the training will be today, and then we're going to have follow-ups that deal with more specific things, narrowing down on the basic phonics, narrowing down on teaching blends, teaching digraphs, etc. I also wanted to add, and I think now that I think about it out loud, I didn't send this file to you, and I should have, and I will after we're done, which is the list of requirements for certification. Most of you guys in this group will be going through the certification, as far as I know. And the certification, what it includes or what it requires is that you attend this initial training, that you attend those follow-ups, and that every month you submit some assignments. Those assignments are usually lesson plans that you write. We're going to write lesson plans together today, so you'll know how to do that. And then some videos of you teaching parts of the lesson with an actual student. Towards the end, I'm going to go through that file together with you, so you know what is expected of you. But just know that for the certification, you do have to meet those requirements. I'll just go through the content and then talk about the requirements later. So the Orton-Gillingham. There's a quick set of questions here that I usually ask teachers. Since we have kind of a big group, I'm not going to go ahead and ask one by one, but I want you to take a moment to read the questions that are on the screen. What is phonological awareness? What is the visual drill? What is the tactile kinesthetic drill? I'm sure you know some of the answers to these questions. Hopefully by the end of today, you'll know the answer to all of those. All of those things have to do with the Orton-Gillingham approach and what we're going to learn today. And these questions will come back at the end, so we'll make sure that we know the answers. Now, why are children not learning to read? There's a variety or a range of different reasons that can affect a student's ability to read. It can have to do with genes, early childhood environment, learning disabilities, of course, effects of poverty, which has to do also with, or could be connected with early childhood environment, and inadequate background in phonemic awareness and phonics. All of those can affect learning. Some students have more than one of those interacting at the same time, so that makes it even harder for them to learn to read. And research has demonstrated, this is just a quick graph, there's more recent research, but it's a simple display of how students who lack the basic foundational knowledge of the letters and the sounds, basic phonics, by first grade, how they get further and further behind with every year that passes. So with the Orton-Gillingham approach and with the initial part of the training today, what we want to ensure is that we're able to build a strong foundation, because building that strong foundation is what will help our students advance as they move through their grades and they advance in the reading, become good readers. And of course, that has to also deal with comprehension and all the different reading related skills. But that beginning stage, that foundational knowledge is crucial for them to either become good readers, improve their reading as they go, or for the gap that they have to become wider and wider every time. So there's two major reasons why students do not read or cannot read at grade level by fourth grade, sometimes even third grade. Like I said, students who do not enter kindergarten or first grade knowing their letters and sounds are less likely to read at grade level by third or fourth grade. And sometimes teachers have not been properly taught on how to teach reading or how to teach these basic foundational phoneme and grapheme connections. So by the time that the students get to first grade, they're already behind. That's why it's important to address all these skills at the kindergarten level. And if you have students that are past those levels and have those gaps, it's important to fill those gaps, because that's what's going to make the difference between them being able to read at grade level, or, like I said, the gap becoming wider and wider every time. So these are the results, and I'm not gonna go through a lot of theory. It's just a little part, then we're gonna go straight into the practice. But this is just a little kind of case study that we ran with our own users, users of the MaxScholar software. We have a built-in placement test. I'm gonna talk about it when we go into the software component, but we have a built-in placement test, and we found that on average, students at kindergarten level recognize 6.2 letters in the alphabet. And on average, first graders recognize 14 letters. So out of the kindergartners and first graders that were enrolled, this was from 2018, that were enrolled into the software program, all of them, or most of them, were already behind. And you can see the type of things that we address. Do they recognize the letters? Do they recognize the sound? Do they know how to trace the letter? And can they recognize that sound that the letter makes in different words? So this is just some background knowledge as to how it's evident that that foundation, many times it's lacking. So what is the Orton-Gillingham approach? The Orton-Gillingham approach, in short, it's an explicit, systematic, and multisensory way to teach literacy when reading, writing, and spelling do not come easily to the student. It is an approach. It's an approach that is used by many different programs that implemented or adapted to what they do. In our specific case, we have MaxScholar, the software. So we have used all the Orton-Gillingham components. We're going to see them as we go through the lesson plans and through the software to kind of digitalize these lesson plans and these explicit, systematic, and multisensory steps that are covered in this approach. A little background of the approach itself. Mr. Orton brought together different neuroscientific information and principles of remediation, reading remediation. And he formulated a set of principles and practices that should be implemented for students who have difficulty learning to read. Then comes Anna Gillingham. She developed a sequential alphabetic phonetic multisensory program that eliminated the need for a child to memorize. This is something that in the past 2 decades, maybe 3 decades even, you know, the general approach was put a book in front of a kid. The kid will learn how to read eventually, but it's been demonstrated by, you know, literacy statistics that that's not always the case. You need to build the foundation. Sorry about that. Let me make sure the phone is off here. So you need to learn how to recognize that grapheme phoneme connection, learn the different patterns so that you can then adapt it to the words that you're trying to read. That's what it says here at the end in yellow. She combined multisensory techniques with teaching the structure of the written language, including sounds, phonemes, meaning units, morphemes such as prefixes, roots, suffixes, and common spelling rules. Of course, there's always going to be exceptions to those rules. There's going to be exceptions to those patterns, but it is important to build through the Orton-Gillingham approach to build a strong foundation for those rules, because those are the ones that we're going to encounter the most when reading. So any OG program must follow certain principles. There's 12 principles that relate to the Orton-Gillingham approach. And again, I'm going to try not to bore you too much with the theory. I will be sending you this presentation, so if you want to read more, you definitely can. I'm just going to pretty much read the highlighted things in yellow. So 1, it's personalized, meaning you need to take into account your students' individual needs, whether they have a learning disability or whether they are above grade level. It should be taken into account so that you adapt the lesson to their needs or to the skill set. It is multisensory, meaning it uses all the learning pathways: seeing, hearing, feeling, awareness of motion. That's why we'll have some tactile drills, some visual drills. We'll see those implemented as we go. And because we use all these neural learning pathways, it creates greater ease and success in learning. You'll have students that are more visual learners, some are more auditory learners, some are more tactile learners. So with this approach, you try to kind of touch upon every single one of those neural pathways to ensure that your student will learn one way or another. It is diagnostic and prescriptive, meaning the instructor, you, the teacher, should continuously monitor what the student is doing, what they're saying, what they're writing, what they're tracing, because that will help you identify and analyze the student's problem areas, the struggle areas, and as well as their success areas and the progress that they might be making. Therefore, you can use that information to focus on the resolution to the problems, to the struggle areas, kind of tackling those when you're doing that guided instruction, and build upon the student's progress so that you know that you're not stuck in the same thing, but keep challenging them with what comes next. Number 4, it includes direct instruction. Remember, I said we're going to see online components. We never want to only rely on the online components and vice versa. We don't want to only rely on the guided instruction. The best thing will come from both, but it is important to include the direct instruction to ensure that the student approaches the learning experience, understanding what is to be learned, why it is to be learned, and how it is to be learned. That's because you are guiding them through it. Number 5, there's systematic phonics. Like I keep saying, we need to build that foundational knowledge, stressing the alphabetic principle in the initial stages of reading development, the lower grades, kindergarten, first grade. And we take advantage of the sound-symbol relationship, the grapheme and phoneme connection that is going to be crucial for us to be able to identify letters and sounds and put those into words. Number 6, it has applied linguistics. At all times, the Orton-Gillingham approach involves the student in integrative practices that involve reading, spelling, and writing together. So remember, I said we're going to start with the basic knowledge of letters and sounds, but then we're going to go to max reading, and we're going to go to multisyllabic words. So it is important to start with the basics, but also integrate those basics into reading, because that's the final goal, to get me to read, into spelling and into writing as well, all together. Number 7, it includes or increases, linguistic competence, because it stresses language patterns that determine word order and sentence structure and the meaning of words and phrases. Number 8, it's systematic and structured. It presents information in an ordered way. Remember, I mentioned that your teacher manuals for phonics, this one, the blends and the diagrams are pretty similar to one another. That's what I meant. They follow a specific set of steps, pattern that illustrate the relationship between the what you're teaching now and what you taught before, and also, again, building from that foundation to higher or more difficult skills. Number 9, it's sequential, incremental, and cumulative. Has to do with what I just mentioned. We start from the simple things and we move up in difficulty as we're able to master things and advance to others that are more complex. Number 10, it includes or should include continuous feedback and positive reinforcement. Because you're doing direct teaching, because you're constantly monitoring what your student is doing, you build a close relationship that builds self-confidence in your student based on the success that they have, on the progress that they make. So it is important to guide them through and to always give feedback that is positive, even if they're not doing, even if the student is not doing great. It is important to, you know, find the positives in the performance so that we can build that confidence, that motivation for the student to want to keep the learning experience going. Number 11, students understand the cognitive approach to the learning. The students understand the reason for what they're learning and for the learning strategies that are being employed. And the last one is that it's emotionally sound. The teaching is directed towards providing the experience of success, like I mentioned a few points ago. And with increased self-confidence, there will be more motivation, and it's like a cycle. The more motivated I am, the more likely I am to be successful on what I'm doing. And that's how we keep that successful learning experience moving along. So that's all the theory that I want to cover with you. Now let's see the practice. How do these principles show up in the lessons that we're about to see? And there's different components that we're going to touch upon as we go. So I'm just going to mention some concepts before we start going through the lesson plan. For example, how decoding affects reading. So decoding is the ability to apply knowledge of letter-sound relationship, meaning phoneme and grapheme relationships, including knowledge of letter patterns to correctly pronounce written word. So I need to understand the relationship between the sound and the symbol that that sound goes along with to make sure that I'm then able to identify and pronounce that sound when I see it in a word. Understanding the relationship is what allows allows students to recognize familiar words and even words that they haven't seen before, because they are able to recognize that grapheme phoneme relationship. So I'm just reading once again the yellow parts. Phonics is the approach to reading instruction that teaches students the principle of letter-sound relationship, how to sound out words, and the exceptions to those principles. Like I said, we're going to focus on the rules, on not the exceptions. We're going to generalize. So from a kid's perspective, when they're struggling to read, you can hear things like this from them. I get stuck when I try to read the words. Figuring out the words takes too much time, so I'm going to skip it. I don't know how to sound out these words. I know my letters and sounds, but then when it comes to reading those words in a passage, that's when I struggle. From a parent's perspective, these are the types of things that you can hear. They get stuck on words. The reading is very slow because they spend too much time trying to figure things out. And from a teacher's perspective, these are the type of things that you might have said at some point in time about any of your students. They take too much time. They guess at words based on the first letter. They know their letters, but they can't blend those into words. They know their individual consonants and vowels, but when it comes to blends, that's when it goes away. So there's a wide range of things that you might be familiar with. All of those we're going to address with this, like I said, systematic, explicit, and sequential set of rules and lesson plans and principles that we're going to see in the Orton-Gillingham approach. So what are the components of an Orton-Gillingham lesson plan? The components, reminder, it's going to be in your teacher manual with a lime green cover, which goes along with your student's workbook that has that cover. It says consonants and short vowels in the front. So before we actually start with a lesson plan, which has 9 steps, by the way, remember I said that I emailed you 2 lesson plans. One of them is called Max Scholar Phonics Lesson Plan. This is the lesson plan that we're about to talk about. So you have your teacher manual, but I also sent you a simple copy of just the lesson plan itself. Of course, the teacher manual has a lot more words, a lot more explanation, a lot more background. This handout that I sent you is straight to the point into the lesson plan. I'll round back to this. But before we get into that 9 steps lesson plan, there are certain skills that you can start working on even at the pre-K level, or before you're introducing the letters and sounds themselves, that grapheme phoneme connection, and that is phonological awareness and phonemic awareness. So when we're talking about phonological awareness, and this is also part of your teacher manual, by the way, but when we're talking about phonological awareness, it includes, or it talks about identifying and manipulating units of oral language. Units of oral language can be words, can be syllables, and can be rhymes. So the type of things that you can do to kind of practice or build or improve phonological awareness is make oral rhymes, ask students which words rhyme with each other. You can clap out the number of syllables in a word, for example, magnet, that's making me aware of the different sounds and chunks of words that I can hear. Or recognize words with the same initial sound. Here, we included some of the exercises that you can do. Like I said, they're included in your teacher manual. If you want to take a look at that now, you can go to page 52. Let me show you here for those that don't have the book. Let me go to that page. And by the way, on the teacher manual, if you start flipping through the pages, the first half of it, and that goes for any teacher manual that you have from us, the first half of it is pretty much the software component. The second half of it is the guided instruction. So what we're looking at right now is kind of the second half of the book. So page 52 looks like this. So like I said, you're going to have text explanations of how to do each thing. My presentation goes straight to the point. So I'll refer to some of the pages here, but I'll tell you what those pages say this way. So what you do with your students is ask them if the words rhyme. You can do index finger up or down or thumb up or down. Let's do a quick exercise. Right now, I just have Michael and Alicia showing me their faces. So if, hi guys. So if anybody else wants to go ahead and share their webcam, and Michael's rabbit also, who is hopping here and there. I've been seeing. Okay, so we're gonna do this quick exercise. I'm the teacher, you guys are my students. We're getting like a warm up before our lesson. So I'm just gonna ask you to put your thumb up if the words rhyme, thumbs down if the words do not rhyme. So the words sat and mat, do they rhyme? Yes. Let's do cup and man. Do those rhyme? Nope. Bit and mad. Nope. Let's see, can and man. Yep. Okay, so it's a quick exercise. You can see it's simple. It's just a matter of recognizing those sounds. Even if I cannot read those words, if you put them in front of me at this point, but I can still recognize the different sounds that are heard. Another exercise that you can do is clap out, and clapping out we usually use when it's multisyllabic words, although you can do it with one syllable words. You'll see what I mean as we go through the one syllable and the multisyllabic. But you would clap for every kind of unit of sounds or pattern of sounds that you hear. So if If you see here, the first row, let me actually put my pointer here. Here, if you see this first row and you're clapping out tent, you would do tent. That's one unit, one syllable. When we start understanding syllables later on, cow, do cow. If it's rainbow, I would do rainbow. Now, I might not be doing the clap in the right place, but I know that I'm learning, that I'm hearing two different chunks at least. We'll get into syllabication rules later on, so we'll cross that bridge eventually. But for now, we just want to be aware of those differences in sounds. If I do monkey, monkey, computer, how will we do computer? Computer. Again, maybe we're not all clapping at the same time, but we know that we hear three different little chunks, right? So the other type of phonological aware, wait, did I skip too fast? No, phonological awareness exercise is recognizing words that start with the same sound. So if I have the word dog and door, I can hear that they both start with the d sound, dog and door. If I have the word fig as my base word, you can also do the thumbs up and down at this point. Fish, does it start with the same sound? Yes. Dig, does it start with the same sound? No, but it rhymes. So if we were doing the rhyming game, okay. Dim, nope. And fog, yes. So those are just quick exercises, quick warm-up exercises that you can do with your students. On the book, you also have, let me actually put it here, basic letter recognition. So not only sound recognition, but here you can just focus on the letter recognition, like where is the D? And they can point. Where is the H? And they can point. So it's all about warming up to the idea that I'm about to start building those letter and sound relationship, the grapheme and phoneme connections. And now I have too many things open. Okay. Another thing that we want to practice is the phonemic awareness. Sounds similar, but it's a little bit different. On the phonemic awareness, what we want or what we focus on is the ability to manipulate individual sounds in spoken words. What does that mean and how does it actually come into play? Something like this. I have a word that I start with. So my word is, where did it go? Here. My word is cut. If I change the C to a P, what do I get? Pot. If I have boy and I change the B to a T, what do I get? Toy. So again, it's all a matter of being able to recognize the letters, the sounds, and then being able to manipulate those things with ease. Your students who struggle to read will not be able to do this with ease, but that's why we want to work on the systematic way, cumulative way that will help them get there. And this is a quick exercise that you can do. This is just more examples of that, where you can manipulate the medial sound or you can manipulate the ending sound. I just want to show you how you can do a quick exercise with crayons. I think part of the list of things that you got on the list of materials again was crayons. If you have them, you can pull them out. If not, I did a super magnificent PowerPoint illustration of what that would look like. So this would be my crayons, but if you want to pull them out, you can. And what all these words say here, remember that I'm going to send this to you, but pretty much what it says is that you're going to help those students develop phonemic awareness by being able to manipulate those sounds. So that exercise that we just did of, you have the word caught, change the C to a P, etc. We're going to do it with the crayons. So the crayons would be set up something like this. You have 4 crayons at the bottom and 1 at the top, right? This is kind of what I did here. 4 crayons at the bottom, 1 at the top. And then The exercise itself is that you're going to have each of those crayons represents a sound. So let's say that you have the word stop. The first crayon would be the S, the second crayon would be the T, the third crayon would be the A, and the fourth crayon would be the P. The white crayon here on the top, and it doesn't matter which color is which, by the way, but the white crayon here on the top is the sound that you're going to be manipulating. So if I have the word stop and I tell you to change stop to step, what you would do is take the white crayon, that's going to be your new sound, right? And which crayon would you take off? The orange. So you move the orange to the top, you bring the white one down. Now you have step. So keeping that in mind, since I can't show you my table with crayons, that's why I did the little game there. So I'm going to change step to steg. So this is my step, okay? And I need to do steg. What I do is I take this one, and now I have steg. Now let's say that I want to do sleg. What I would do is change this one and put it here. So again, these are crayons. These are not really letters. But again, because I can make that connection in my head and I can recognize that it's a different sound and I can recognize the place in the word where that sound is located, I'm able to manipulate and play around with that. So all of those are very important, quick and easy exercises that you can do with your students to kind of get them into the idea of, okay, there's a grapheme, there's a phoneme, they are connected somehow. I'm going to see those connections in words. It's important that I'm able to recognize them and manipulate them. These are more examples. Again, you can do beginning sounds, medial sounds, ending sounds. And usually we do 4 letters, 4 crayons. All right, so now that we went through that little warm-up, that little introduction, now let's get into the steps of our lesson plan. For those that did not receive the teacher manuals, you might want to refer to the lesson plan that I sent you, the Max Scholar Phonics lesson plan, because the 9 steps that I'm about to go through are these same 9 steps. They're in the teacher manual, but at least here you'll have them summarized and you'll be able to see those. So let me go back here. Nope, wrong one. This is where I wanted to go. So remember that we said it's multisensory, right? There's going to be visual, tactile, and auditory drills. The first step of the lesson starts with the visual drill. And that's when we are going to introduce the students to a letter, picture, sound combination. We're going to do that for consonants and short vowels in this book, for blends in this book, and for digraphs in this book. Just for the demonstration purposes, I'm going to focus on the consonants and short vowels. Hold on a sec here. Let me move my things around. Okay. All right. So the visual drill will include how to make sounds and the different types of sounds that are made. Meaning, some letters have a little schwa sound at the end. Some, that's when you have like a little vowel-y sound that comes after them. Some are voiced, some are unvoiced, some are clipped. So on your teacher manual for the consonants and vowels, on page 57, you will have a guide. This is pretty much like a screenshot of that page that lets you know what the sounds are, the stops, the continuants, and which letters should be clipped, which sounds should have that schwa sound at the end. And you're going to have a guide for that as well on the teacher manuals. But I just want to go ahead and show you what it actually looks like in the lesson plan itself. So for the visual drill, that's where we have our reading deck come into play. Remember, you're going to have the entire alphabet, the blends, and the digraphs, and you should have them in the order that we, Max Scholar, presents the sounds to the students. If you have your students' workbook, and for those who don't, I'm gonna go ahead and pull it up here. Let's see here on the cover, you have PFNTA, SRCKE, BGMLI, DVJHO, QWXYZU. Those are the 5 groups and the order in which those 5 groups of letters are presented in our program and in our teacher manual and in our students' workbook. Each one of those is a lesson. So if we're talking about a 9-step lesson plan, I'm gonna have 1 lesson plan for the PFNTA, 1 lesson plan for the SRCKE, 1 lesson plan for the BGMLI, etc. Same thing goes for the blends and for the digraphs. On the cover of the student's workbook, you're gonna have how the groups are covered. The reason that I was mentioning that is the order that your cards are set up on your reading deck. So you should have PFNTA, SRCKE. They come to you organized that way. What I personally did was, like I showed you before, I just put a rubber band around each of those groups so that I know, okay, this is, and you can see I put a little cover thing. So this is my alphabet group of sounds number 4. Alphabet group of sounds number 5. You can organize them however you want, paperclip, rubber bands. I'm gonna stick to the first group of letters, which is the P, F, and T, A. And the steps that we're about to go through apply to any of the group of sounds that I do, whether it's blends, whether it's digraphs, whether it's a different set of consonants and vowels, the steps that I'm about to go through will be the same. What changes is, right now I'm talking about the P, and later I'm talking about the S, for example. So back to the steps. Okay, so how to make sounds. We have our reading deck that has the P in the front, the panda in the back. If you have it, you can go ahead and pull this card up and the F, N, T, A. So let's take out those first 5 letters, P, F, N, T, and A, just to do a quick practice. And this is actually a page from your teacher manual. So on the presentation, we'll have some of or references to how the teacher manual is presented. That's why I said, even those that didn't get it, don't worry about it, because that's what we're walking through pretty much page by page of the teacher manual. So whenever you do get it, you're gonna know what it's about. These, by the way, these little pictures of the letter and the picture that it's associated with, you can also get them from your teacher software account. Remember I said that you will all have access to the software. We're going to log into the software in a little bit. And you each at least have 1 student that you can enroll. So many times what students or what teachers, want to do is you have your reading deck for yourself, right, for the teacher. But you can make smaller reading decks for your students, and you can download these pictures from our website to make those. I'll round back to that also a little bit later on when we're working on the software. But here we have 4 the different groups of sounds. Now, before I go there, I went too fast. Let me go back to the PFNTA. When we're talking about the visual drill, like I said, we're going to be introducing the letter, picture, sound combination. So I want to introduce my students to the fact that this is the letter P, and it makes a sound P, as in panda. So the way that I would do it, and if you have the handout with the lesson plan, this is a good time to look at it. First step is the visual drill. It says we use sound cards to introduce each letter and sound. We're going to introduce the letter. We're going to flip the card. We're going to mention the name of the picture. We're going to flip the card again. And then we're going to say the sound that that letter makes. So if I was actually doing this first step of the lesson with my student, you have in quotations what you should say. So I would say, this is the letter P, as in panda. It makes a sound P. Letter, picture, sound. Now, something very important in Northern Gillingham in general. I mentioned a little bit earlier, one of the principles is the guided instruction. or the direct instruction. But something that is also very important is how you're introducing each of these steps to the student. What I mean by that is that you should always demonstrate things first. Then you should have the student repeat after you, say it back to you, pronounce things to you, depends on which step you're on, of course. And then you should have the student do things by themselves to see if what you taught has rolled over to their independent work. That is a format that we call the I do, we do, you do. I do it first. And of course, most of you are going to be familiar with that. I do it first. I'm the teacher. I'm just demonstrating it. Then we do it together. I can see that you're doing it right. I can give you feedback. I can correct you if necessary. And then you do it on your own. Let's see if you were able to, in this case, make the sound correctly for the P. So in the practice, and remember, I'm going to talk about the requirements for certification. And I mentioned that you have to write some lesson plans, you have to do some videos. So when you're doing those videos, which I'll round back to later on, these are the type of things that we want to see. We want to see that you're doing the I do, we do, you do format. So let me do a quick exercise showing what that would be. Again, you guys are my students. I am the teacher, and I'm going to introduce you to the letter P. As in panda. It makes a sound P. This is one of the clipped sounds. It's not a P. And at this point, all I'm doing is introducing. So now we're going to do it together. You don't have to unmute yourselves. There's probably delay, so it's going to sound a little bit off. I'm going to do my best at lip reading right now. So we're going to do it together. Okay. Remember, first I do, then we do, then you do. This is a we do. This is the letter P, as in panda. It makes the sound P. And if my lip reading did not fool me, I think someone said the sound instead of the name of the letter first. So remember, it's name of the letter. I'm good at this, Sherilyn. So it's name of the letter, name of the picture, sound that it makes. Letter, picture, sound. That's why I put on the lesson plan, flip the card, because that's prompting you as well. First the letter, then the picture, then the sound. So that was the we do. Then would come the you do portion. At this point, you are prompting the student, but you're not helping them. Meaning, I'm going to just ask you, what's the name of this letter? And then you would say P. What's the name of this picture? And you would say panda. What's the sound that this letter makes? You would say P. No problem, Sue. And you got to the first part of the lesson. Let me just do a quick review. Some people had to step out, so let me just do it really quickly. We're still talking about the first step of the lesson, the visual drill. That's where we're going to use our cards to introduce the letter, picture, sound combination. We're going to do so in a format of I do, we do, you do, meaning I demonstrate it first, then my student does it with me. After me, I can still correct them, and they can still hear me or see me doing the pronunciation in this case. And then it's the you do portion where the students are just doing it by themselves. So visual drill, letter, picture, sound. That's it. Then we move on to step number 2. I'm going to go back to the presentation, but again, if you're following on the lesson plan, you can just look at what step 2 says. This is what I wanted, okay. And step 2 is the tactile kinesthetic drill. That is where we're going to teach the students to trace the letters properly. There are specific instructions. This is once again a screenshot of your teacher manual. I don't know if it says the page here, no, but let me just find it if you want to take note of where that is. It's going to be, where did it go? Page 63 of your phonics teacher manual is where you'll have the instructions on how to trace the letters. These are going to apply to the blends, of course. These are going to apply to the diagrams. It's the same letters. It's just that on the blends and the diagrams, I'm going to be writing 2 or 3 at a time, but the instructions are going to be the same. These are the Orton-Gillingham instruction. If you have other programs that you use, you might have different wording. You don't want to confuse your students. So I usually say, if you have something that your students are used to, just keep going with that one. But if you're starting your students from scratch, stick with this one because it's going to be on the teacher manual, it's going to be on the student's workbook, and it's going to be on the software that they're going to use. So it's important to keep it all cohesive that way. So for the tracing of the letters, and I'm not sure if this was added to your list of materials to get, paper plate with salt or sand or something like that. You don't have to bring it out. That's why I always say, don't worry about it if you don't have the materials. Those are more for when we're doing face-to-face trainings, which is a little bit easier to kind of set up all the materials on a table. Right now, we're kind of playing with what we have. So for the tactile, we always are going to start with big hand movements, and that's written out on the lesson plan. We're going to start with big hand motions, meaning tracing letters in the air. And then we're going to start narrowing it down to the more finer motor drills. That's where the paper plate with the salt comes into play when I'm tracing with my finger. That's where I'm doing the forearm tracing, which I know many teachers do, or the tracing on the desk. And then eventually leading up to me holding my pencil and tracing my letter. So let's do a quick demo. I'm going to put the instruction here of how to trace a letter. So we're doing the P. At this point, we're doing one letter at a time. So I just did the letter picture sound for the P. Now I'm going to do the tracing. I'm going to do the I do, we do, you do. So I'm going to demonstrate it first. And I'm going to start, like I said, with big hand motion. So I'm going to start with my finger up, and I'm going to go down, up, and around. Notice that for me, I'm flipping the P because I don't want to teach you reversals by going this way. So you need to be conscious of, if you're facing the student, you need to do the around to this side. If you're going to be confused, then simply turn your back to the student and do it like this, down, up, and around. Okay, so I did it first. Now let's all of us put our fingers up, and we're going to trace, and we want to say while we're tracing what movements we're doing. So we're going to do down, up, and around. Why is it important to say it? Remember how I said it's multisensory, visual, tactile, auditory? So I'm moving my fingers, right? I'm seeing my fingers move, but many times you have students that trace the letters incorrectly, right? So if I'm saying down, up, and around, but what I'm doing is this, down, up, and around, there's like something goes off in my head that lets me know that it's not right. So that is important that we have all of those things acting together, the visual, the tactile, and the auditory. So as I'm tracing, I'm saying it out loud, down, up, and around. And now I want to see you guys do it with your fingers up, and you're gonna go down, up, and around. Perfect. So those first two steps that we did, the visual and the tactile, we're gonna do for each letter in that group, each letter in that lesson. Remember I said every bundle of letters is one lesson plan. So the PFNTA is one lesson. SRCKE is another lesson. BGMLI is another lesson, and so on. So for every letter in that first group, PFNTA, I'm going to do steps 1 and 2, meaning I'm going to do letter, picture, sound. I do, we do, you do. Tracing of the letter, I do, we do, you do. Then the F, letter, picture, sound, tracing, etc. I want to introduce each letter individually. From steps of that lesson plan, from steps 3 and below, I'm going to be mixing those letters together. That's why I always do steps 1 and 2 for each letter first, and then I start blending those sounds together, putting those letters mixed up together. For the tactile, I forgot to say, we start with the big hand motions, but then we narrow it down to, you can do paper plate with salt, you can do a Ziploc bag with paint in it, you can do shaving cream inside the Ziploc as well. Anything that's tactile and that it's going to be less messy, it's fine, as long as the students have that ability to feel it. Because tactile components, and that's what the tactile, you'll see it, that it's incorporated in at many different stages of the lesson plan. The tactile really helps the information kind of stick to the student's brain. So it is important to incorporate tactile exercises throughout. Now, we talked about step 1, the visual drill, where I introduced the letter picture sounds. We talked about step 2, where I'm tracing the letters, the kinesthetic tactile. It's because I'm touching, moving my fingers. And then we're gonna get to, this is just a little sample of how you would do it with the paper and the sand. And I can send you some videos. I don't know why I noticed right before the training that the videos aren't playing. These were supposed to be built-in videos. I'll just send them to you later so you can see them. Then we got to step 3, which is the sound dictation. And here again, I'm not touching my teacher manual, but we're literally going page by page through the teacher manual. So the sound dictation is where I'm going to choose any of the letters that I've mastered meaning have gone through up until this point, and have the students recognize that letter and that sound, and then write it on a piece of paper or on a worksheet. If we have our students' workbook, I'm about to flip through the pages of that one as well, but you have a page where they write the letters that you're dictating to them. That's why at this point it's important that we went through each of the letters one by one, because here I'm going to go in random order. I'm going to tell you, write the letter that makes the sound T as in taxi. Write the letter that makes the sound A as in apple. Write the letter that makes the sound P as in panda. Here, of course, is how the student would write it. And then that leads us to step number 4 of our lesson plan, which is the sound blending. For the sound blending, there's 2 different ways in which I can blend sounds together. Let me refer to the lesson plan so we can read what the actual step is about. So here, I'm on step 4. We will use our alpha chips, remember these, or our fingers to tap and blend the sounds into words or nonsense words. I made this. Remember I said it's easier when it's face-to-face, so now I had to improvise like that. I took my alpha chips for the P, F, and T, A group of sounds. And what I would do here is ask my students to form the word pat. I would expect them to identify the letter P and bring it, identify the letter A, which would make the sound A, and identify the letter T, which would make the sound T. At this point, I would ask them to tap and sound out each letter and then blend those into a word. So I would want them to do P, at, pat. And then I would tell them, write the word tap. I would expect them to switch this one over here, switch this one over there, and do tap, tap. So that's one way with the alpha chips. Another way is this. We can use our fingers to make it like the alpha chip. So my thumb is going to be my guiding, my guidance as to what sound I'm on. My index finger and all my other fingers are going to be the actual sounds that I hear in that word. So if I say the word is tap, I would do t, a, p, tap. I run my fingers through it. If the word is nap, n, a, p, nap. So for the sound blending, for step 4, we're going to mix and match those letters that we just went through individually, the P, F, and T, A. We're going to mix and match them into words, CVC words, that we're going to just tap and blend. At this point, it can be real words and nonsense words that we have our students do. Here is how the alpha chips would be set up. So here I just took, because I'm imagining, a lower grade, maybe a student that really struggles. So having all the letters on the table might be too overwhelming for them. So what I did is I just narrowed it down to the 5 that I know we're going to be using. And I want them to form the letters from the word, with those letters. But eventually what you want to get to is this setup that I have on my screen right now. When you have letters A through M on the top, N through Z at the bottom. And in the middle is where you're going to form the words. So if the word is pat, you're going to bring the P to the center, the A to the center, the T to the center, and that's where you'll tap and blend. If you're working with a small group of students, this is how you would set it. Also, how you would set it up in front of them, and then they take turns on forming those letters. The ones that don't have the alpha chips in front of them can just do this. So you can still do it with a small group of students, even if not all of them have the alpha chips in front of them. This is another video that for some reason is not playing. I'll share it with you later, but it's pretty much the student just forming the different words. This teacher didn't do 2 semicircles, she did 2 rows. That's fine, it's just harder for the students to manipulate because they have to actually lift the card and go over one of the rows. Whereas if you have the semicircles, they can just drag the letters. Personal preference, it's fine. And then we got to step 5, the fluency. On the fluency, we have all these different letters that we've learned, all these little letter combinations that become words that we just were doing on the previous step when we were tapping and blending. They're all presented to me all at once. And what I want to do here is help my students improve their fluency, become a little bit faster. Because when you have students that read this slow, they're going to be bored with reading. They're not going to want to do it. That's going to affect their comprehension. So fluency is always something that we definitely want to build on and improve. This is how we build it into that lesson plan, using the letters, using the words that they've been focusing on. Those 5 letters that I'm been focusing on right now. Side note, the PFNTA is the first group of sounds that we go through. The second group is the SRCKE. When I'm doing that second group and I'm doing the fluency, I'm going to want the SRCKE and the PFNTA to be here. And when I move on to the BGMLI, remember I said it's cumulative. So when I'm doing the BGMLI, I'm going to see the BGMLI, the SRCKE, and the PFNTA in these words. I'm constantly adding to my bank of words. Here, I just see the PFNTA because that's the first group of sounds that I'm going over. But when I go through the second one, I'm going to have more letters in my mix. When I go to the third one, I'm going to have more letters as well. And here what we do, I forgot to say what the actual step was. What we do is that we want the students to read as many words as possible in 60 seconds. At the end of the 60 seconds, we're going to give them a score with how many words they read correctly. Michael, you had a question? I just saw it. I don't know if it's from now or from before. Sorry.
Nope, it's just right now. With the double F, is that something that you would teach explicitly, or is it something that you're going to see if they can figure out?
So kind of both, because we are going to teach it, but it comes on the next module, which is the spelling rules. No, sorry, there's Clover and then there's spelling rules. We're going to talk about both of those in the afternoon when we go through the double F, double L, double Z, double S. At this point, we're not going to hold them accountable if they can't recognize that it's a double F, because realistically it makes the sound of one F. So as long as they can read it, we're going to count it as they did it right. Eventually, we'll get to the spelling. So here it's a sheet where you can kind of keep track of how many words your students read. Remember, you're going to time them for 60 seconds. And yes, Ms. Mengel, there is a list of words for each group of letters. I want to go over the 9 steps, and then we'll jump right into the software. And it's going to be a lot easier to see how all of this falls into place and how it's presented to the student. This is how the lesson plan should be written by you so that you understand what the steps that are involved in are. So here we use this as a chart to keep track of how many words the students read. This is kind of blurry, but let me show you on the actual teacher manual. Here, you can see at the bottom, you can use this same sheet for any group of sounds that you're doing. So remember, we start with the PFNTA, then go to the SRCKE, et cetera, et cetera. These are the groups of blends, the groups of digraphs. So you just circle the group that you're going over. You can see or write how many words are read, how many mistakes were done, And the total, the score that you actually give your student is the difference between those two. How many words total minus the mistakes is the score that I give you. And then you can read also, write the words that were read incorrectly. And when it comes to Word in Gillingham and when it comes to phonics, we always want to move on by sake of mastery. Meaning, I want to make sure that I master something before I take on something else. Because when you don't, when you just keep going because you have to keep going, that's when the gaps appear and that's when the gaps become bigger. So you have to go slow, little by little. I go one letter at a time, then I blend those sounds together, then I'm going to become fluent at those. So my point being that if here you see that the students are struggling with particular letters, particular sounds, stop, don't move on. Go back to your sound cards. Go back to your tapping and blending. Make sure that the students are constantly reinforcing and reviewing those skills. Remember that you have to be prescriptive. So look for those struggle areas so that you can work on those and help the students move on. Give me 1 second. I want to make sure that I turn off. You probably can't hear it, but my Google Hangout is going crazy. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, sharing, yes. All right, so back to the PowerPoint presentation. We're gonna go to step number 6, which has to do with the sight words. Remember, if you're following along with the 9-step lesson plan, you'll see these steps there as well. This is step 6, how to teach sight words. So the sight words are words that I don't need to sound out. In fact, most of the times I cannot sound out. These are words that I just need to see and be able to identify and be able to read them. These are common words in the English language, and we're always going to call them or present them as red words, meaning the red words are the ones that I don't sound out. All the other words I can sound out. And there's 3 different ways that we use to teach sight words. Number 1 is, well, what's displaying on the screen, which is a plastic canvas. Looks like this. And what we do is we put this in between the pages of a book, or you can, if you have index cards handy, you can put the index card on top of it. And then you grab your red marker. Remember, sight words are always going to be red. So with our crayon, I don't know where my crayon went, but we would write the word. So let's say the word is with, like I have here. You can go ahead and write W-I-T-H. For sight words, I'm always going to spell. I'm not gonna sound out. So I would say the word is with, W-I-T-H. Now, as you were tracing with your crayon, you felt those bumps along the way. And if you take the index card or take the page away or take the canvas out of it, and you run your finger through the word, you'll also probably feel those bumps. Remember, tactile components, any tactile component really shoots up the information to the brain. So that's the idea with this, that I'm conscious of every movement that I'm making to write each letter, and then I can identify that as the word with. So that's one way, the canvas with the crayon. Then we have the arm tapping. So we have a form of tapping for sight words, but it's different than this. Here I'm sounding out the letters and blending them into a word. Here I'm not sounding out, I'm spelling. So I'm going to use a different form of tapping, which is going to be on my arm. And if the word is with, I would do W-I-T-H, with. If the word is the, let's do it together, T-H-E, the. So that's second way. And then the third way, which I didn't include on the presentation, it's just plain old index card with a red Sharpie, and I'm writing my letters. So you have 3 ways: the canvas with the plastic canvas with the crayon, the arm tapping, and the index card with just red Sharpie. Many times at this point, teachers ask me, is there a specific order in which to do the side words? How many side words should be covered? And the answer is that with side words, as many as possible, because we're going to bump into them a lot while we're reading. And we do have a recommended sequence or sets of groups of side words that is based on the Dolch list. There's a screenshot here. It's included on your teacher manual, and I'm about to show it to you on the software as well. Then we have, we start dealing with the SOS. The SOS actually has to do with the next step coming up, which is the word dictation. And it's the simultaneous oral spelling. Pretty much, you're gonna dictate a word. The step itself is that I'm going to dictate words for my students to write. So you're gonna have the word pan, let's say. And these are the steps for the SOS, for the simultaneous oral spelling. You as a teacher, you say, my word is pan. Say the word pan. Your students say pan. And then you ask, how many sounds do you hear in the word? 3. Tap it out. P-N, pan. Pan, by the way, it's probably a bad example to include here because that is one of those odd sounds that they're called welded sounds or glued sounds. The AN at the end of a word, that A is not fully a short vowel, it's an AN, right? Also, when you have AM or ALL, those are peculiar sounds that those letters make when they're together, the welded sounds, the glued sounds. So it's a little bit harder to tap out that way. It would be closest to a short vowel sound, but I would probably have done pat instead. But in any case, you say the word, the students say the word. You ask them how many sounds they hear, they tell you how many sounds they hear. At that point, you have them tap it out, and then they write it. So for the actual step of the sound dictation, which is step 7, if I'm not mistaken, you're going to dictate 10 words. You can take those 10 words from the fluency word list that you had. And again, you're going to do the SOS, the simultaneous oral spelling, where your students are going to identify the sounds, tap it out, and then actually write the words. This is kind of what it looks like where they would write it. You have it on your teacher manual and you have it on your student's workbook. Remember, I'm going to put you in the software and then I'm going to flip through the student's workbook as well. And then we have the COPS strategy. This actually has to do with the following step of the lesson plan, which is the sentence dictation. Now, if you teach the lower grades, or the lowest kindergarten, you might not get to the sentence dictation because that might be too much for your students. You might want to switch it up a little bit and do sentence formation. I'll get to that later, but let's say that you're doing the sentence dictation. So on this lesson plan so far, we've gone through letters, we've gone through sounds, we've gone through words that those letters and sounds make when put together. We've gone through sight words. All of those things I can put into sentences, right? So on this step of the sentence dictation, I would want to use those letters, those words, those sounds, those sight words that I've included on the previous steps of this lesson. And when I'm dictating those sentences and my students are writing it down, the COPS strategy is a self-check strategy that students can use when writing anything, really, with any writing exercise, not only Orton-Gillingham, not only Max Scholar, but whenever you ask them to write something, you can always tell them to check the COPS before they submit that to you. COPS means that I'm going to check my capitalization, my organization, my punctuation, and my spelling. Once I do that self-check and corrections if necessary, then I can submit the work. I missed a question from Heather. When tapping out words, two students, should we use our left or right hand? You should use actually your dominant hand. When you're tapping out the side words, you use your dominant hand on your non-dominant arm. It gets tricky when the student might be left-handed because then the letters are going to be in a different order. So for that, you might want to stick to the alpha chips because it's going to make it easier that way. Liz asks, do we do all 9 parts of a lesson in one session? Nope, that's going to be way too much for your student. And also keep in mind that not only is it too many steps, but you're dealing with 5 different sounds. So the students need to go through those sounds, learn how to trace them, blend those sounds together. There's a lot of steps involved, but also you have different formats that you're going to use. You have the guided instruction that you're using your teacher manual for and the lesson plan for, and you have the students workbook where they're going to put in some work, and you have the software where you're going to put them on. So you're definitely not going to be able to hit those 3 for all 9 steps in one session. When we talk about sessions, I generally talk about 20 to 30 minutes. It can be 45 minutes, it can be an hour, but just for, concentration and attention span purposes, let's talk about 30-minute sessions. What I would probably do is do steps 1 and 2, or steps 1, 2, and 3 in one session when you're still sticking with individual letters. Then I would do steps 4, 5, and 6 when you're blending sounds together, you're improving the fluency, and you're introducing sight words. And then I would leave the other 3 for another session. Keep in mind that it's not only the step, but it's only the different form. It's also the different formats, the student workbook, the guided instruction, and the software. So in general, a group of sounds can take you anywhere between a week to 2 to 3 weeks to cover one group of sounds. Also, depending on the students, if they're mastering and flying through, you're not going to keep them behind for the sake of keeping them behind. But if they're not mastering things, you're also not going to do the opposite. You're not going to fly through just to move on. You have to make sure that they're mastering things in order to advance. So back to the sentence dictation and the COPS strategy. This is kind of what it looks like on the lesson plan itself. You say the sentence, the student repeats the sentence, you ask them how many words they hear, and then they write. If the students need to have the sentence reread or repeated, repeat the entire sentence and not individual words, because it's important for the COPS strategy, for the O, the organization part, that they're able to organize and place the words correctly in that sentence. So it would look kind of like this. This is something that a student might have written when you dictated the sentence pad and not take a nap. And when I do the COPS strategy, I can have something that looks like this. Spelling, I had a mistake there. I was missing the silent E. Punctuation, I missed something there. I was missing that final period. And then you can have the students rewrite it. Now, on page 77 of your teacher manual, you'll have recommendations as to what to do when you encounter that the student makes mistakes. When writing, when spelling, when pronouncing things. So usually it's always go back to the previous step and reinforce, just like I mentioned when we're doing the fluency. If I see that they're struggling with specific words, I'm going to go back and have them tap and blend or do the alpha chips. So pretty much it's always go back to review, go back to reinforce. There's no magic potion. You have to practice to become better. And then the last step of the lesson plan, step number 9, is the controlled readers, which pretty much is just a short story that the students read. Again, using the sight words, the sounds, the letters, the words that I've been dealing with in this lesson plan. And for each group of sounds, there's a little story that focuses on the sounds or on the words that were taught in that lesson. This would be for the SRCKE, etc. Now, at this point, we would move on to the max reading, which I'm going to leave for later. At this point, let's practice a little bit with, like I said, the software. And then we'll start writing our lesson plan. Give me one sec here. Okay. So the lesson plan looks like this. You have on the little handout that I sent you, the first page is the 9 steps that we were just discussing. If you flip through the pages, and I'm showing it on my screen for those that don't have it handy, you have a lesson plan that's already written out. So this is what the lesson plan would look like when you write it out, when you plan it to, this is your script that you're going to follow with your students, right? The letter picture connection, the instructions on how to trace the letters, the sound dictation, where I'm going to tell my students to write the letter that makes the sound, the sound blending and tapping, when I'm going to ask my students to form the word set, form the word ret, form the word cap. The fluency, when I'm going to time my students for 60 seconds as they read the words on that table of words, and I'm going to give them a score with how many words they read correctly. Then the sight words that I'm going to introduce, remember, I'm going to spell them. I'm going to write them on index cards. I'm going to use my plastic canvas and my red crayon. Then I have step 7, which is similar to step 4, in that I'm mixing the letters and sounds that I've mastered up until that point. But remember, step 4 is the tapping and blending. Step 7, I'm actually writing those words down. Step 8 is the sentence dictation. Step 9 is the story at the end, the control readers. So you have on this handout the steps themselves, a sample of what that lesson plan looks like when it's written out, and then at the end, an empty template. That's what you're going to use to write your own lesson plan. The boxes will be empty, and we're going to write it out. Before we do it, keep this handy, because as soon as we're done with the software portion, I'm going to go back to this and we're going to start writing a lesson plan together. But at this point, I want to go into my Max Scholar account. So for that, let me actually log out here. There's a few things that you should always remember. And there's another handout that I didn't send you, but I'm going to pull it up on my screen. And like I said, I'm going to send it to you later on, which is the outline of how the lessons are presented in the software, which of course is very similar to what we just saw. Here. But the good thing about this little handout is that it has some little pointers. This is usually what I use when I do just software trainings. That's why I forgot to send it out. But a few concepts that I want to reinforce. What is Max Scholar? Max Scholar is a phonics and reading program that is based on the Orton-Gillingham approach. So what we just saw was the basics of that Orton-Gillingham approach when it comes to phonics. Now we're going to see how those explicit, systematic, and sequential and multisensory steps are presented in the software that is Max Scholar. In order to use Max Scholar, some things that you should always remember is that you should always use Google Chrome. There's a lot of videos and audios that just simply don't work well on any other browser. So make sure that whatever device you have, always use Max Scholar through your Google Chrome browser. And then you're going to go to maxscholar.com and you're going to log into your account. I'm going to give you your login details in a minute. Now, from a teacher's perspective, you can access what we call the dashboard. That's where you can see reports for what your students are doing if they're enrolled into the software. You can access materials, all of these lesson plans that I mentioned, this particular handout that I'm going through right now, additional worksheets, user guides, etc. You can get those from your teacher dashboard. And then you also have access to what we call MyMax. MyMax is the student side of things. That's where the lessons are. That's where your students will go through the PFNTA on their end independently. Which brings me to the next point. What can students access? And of course, they only have access to MyMax. They don't have access to the dashboard. And they have different sub-programs within it. Lower grades, meaning K through 2, will have access to Max Phonics, which we're about to see, which correlates to what we've been talking about all this time. And Max Reading. Max Reading we're going to see after we take a short break. And higher grades will have access to Max Phonics, Max Reading, and then some additional programs as well. I briefly mentioned this at the beginning. When students first log into the software, there will be a placement test. And as we go through the program, I'll explain a little bit more about the placement test. Just know that, that K through 2 students will get a phonics test and then a reading test, while higher grades by default only go through the reading. When I say by default, it means that you can assign the phonics test to your higher grades if you wanted them to take it. I see a question from Danielle. Is there a placement test that is not online? Yes, I can email it to you. Usually I send it over with all the handouts, but I feel like sometimes I send too many things and then it's too confusing. So I'll show it to you and then I'll email it to you later on along with instructions. It pretty much tests for letter recognition, sound recognition, tracing of the letter, et cetera, et cetera. The built-in online placement is a little bit more basic. It's just letter and sound recognition. But I'll explain a little bit more about it in a minute. So remember I said as a teacher, you'll have access to both the dashboard and the MyMax. On the dashboard, these are the three main sections that you'll probably gravitate to. The reports, that's where you can see what your students are doing, what they're succeeding at, what they're not, what sounds they're mastering, which ones they're not. There's the settings where you can adjust things in their accounts. For example, if you want them to take a placement test or if you don't. If they took the reading placement test and were assigned too high or too low, in your opinion, you can move them around. And then there's a material section where you'll get all these lesson plans, templates, worksheets, etc. It's like a bank of resources that you have that you can access anytime. I'll go through that in a minute. But before I do, I want to mention what we'll find in the MyMax. Remember, this is the student site. So there's three core programs. We're going to talk about all three today. Max Phonics is what we've been seeing so far, the basic foundation of the language. For the phonics, the content is divided into modules. The modules pretty much correlate with those teacher manuals and those students' workbooks that we've been talking about. I'll have a module for the alphabet, I'll have a module for the blends, and I'll have a module for the digraphs. The results of my placement test, by the way, will determine which of those modules I need to work on. Then we have Max Reading, where I'll see reading, highlighting, vocabulary. I briefly mentioned it when we began, and this is what we're going to follow with after we're done with the phonics. And then after that, we're going to go into Max Words. That's where we'll see the multisyllabic words, the vowel teams, the silent E, the spelling rules, the double F, L, S that I was mentioning. And then on the software, there's some extra programs. I call them extra programs because they're more for quick drill and practice, meaning not so much of a structured lesson where I'm going little by little, step by step, and monitoring and assessing throughout. These are just quick activities that the students can do. So our focus today is going to be on the three core programs, Max Phonics, Max Reading, and Max Words. On this handout that I'm clicking through, that I'm going to share with you after we're done, it focuses on the software component. So the teacher manual, remember I said about half of it is software and half of it is a guided instruction. And we started from page 52 or something like that with the guided instruction. So everything before it is what we're about to see now, the software component. Now, if we focus on the phonics program first, I mentioned there's a placement test. That placement test determines which type of sounds I need to work with, the alphabet, the blends, or the digraphs. When I finish that test, it will automatically place me at one of those modules. In this case, the screenshot that I took is a student who was assigned to module 2. Everything else is locked. For the placement test itself, keep in mind that it's going to be quite lengthy because it's going to test me on every letter in the alphabet. It's going to ask me 2 questions for each letter to see if I can recognize the letter or recognize the sound. If I do well, I'll be tested on the blends. If I do well, I'll be tested on the digraph. So it can become even lengthier if I'm doing well. Also keep in mind that I don't have to finish it in one sitting. I can do 20 minutes now, log out, 20 minutes tomorrow, and so on. But just so you have an idea, it can take anywhere, I would say between 1 hour and 2 is an acceptable time frame for the placement test. But now let's assume that I'm past the placement. I was assigned to module 2. And that's where I'll get into the actual lessons. We're going to see a lot of overlapping or correlation to the 9 steps that we just saw on our lesson plan. Lauren, I see your question. Are there ways to modify the online test for special education students? No, unfortunately, it's built in that way. And that's why we only put it actually for K through 2 students automatically, although you can assign it to higher grades, because it's it's really quite basic. It's just, you're gonna have a few letters and you need to identify the letter P, for example. And then you're gonna have a few videos, each playing a different sound. You can see the person pronouncing the sound, and then you need to identify which one is doing the sound for the P. So it's really basic. The offline version that somebody asked about, Danielle, it's a little bit more comprehensive. So here on my screen right now, we're seeing what happens once I access the module, in this case, module 2, let's say, for the alphabet. I'm going to see a few groups of letters and sounds, the same groups that I would be talking about on my student workbook, right? PFNTA, SRCKE, etc. And for each letter or sound in each group, let's focus on the PFNTA first. We're going to go through these steps: a visual, tactile, and auditory set of drills, which we saw in our 9-step lesson plan, right? The visual is where I see a letter, picture, sound. The tactile is where I'm tracing the letter. The auditory is when I'm working on phonemic awareness or identifying that beginning sound in different words. And then I'm going to have a quiz. That quiz is built in. It has 4 questions. You can see what those questions are referring to. And here is where the system, the software automatically determines if the student mastered something or not. When you're doing the face-to-face instruction, you're the one that determines if they're mastering or not, and if they can move on. When they're working on the software does it on its own. So if I get all the questions right, mastery in this case means 100%. So if I get all the questions right, I'll be able to move on. Moving on means that I'll do the next letter. In this case, it would be after the P comes the F. So I would do the visual, tactile, and auditory drills for the F. If we're drawing comparisons to our lesson plan here, it's pretty much as if I'm doing steps 1 and 2, mastering it for the P and doing the F. Steps 1 and 2, mastering it and moving on to the N. What I mentioned before, that we should do steps 1 and 2 for each individual letter before moving on to the rest. So that's how the software is set up too. We'll do the visual, tactile, and auditory drills, then the quiz for each letter. And eventually we'll move on to the review steps or the review screens. That would be, if I compare to the offline lesson, steps 3 and beyond. I have the auditory drill where I need to type the letter that makes a sound. That's step 3 of my lesson plan. Then I have the sound blending. I had my sound blending and my tapping and my alpha chips on my lesson plan as well. I have my fluency. I have my sight words. I have my control readers. And then I have a master quiz. That quiz has 4 different types of activity, but each of them has multiple rounds. The logic, though, is the same. I need to master everything in order to move on. So let me do a quick run through what the steps look like on the software. I'll have you log in so you can kind of play around with it as well. So here I'm in my Google Chrome browser. I went to maxscholar.com. On the top right, I have the login button. And here, I'm just going to type in my username and password and log in. That's going to take me, since I'm logging in as a teacher, to the dashboard. Here, remember I mentioned on the left-hand side is where you can see the reports, the settings, the materials. I'll round back to this in a minute. But for now, I want to go to the student side. I want to, remember I said teacher accounts have access to the dashboard and the MyMax. I want to go to the MyMax. In order to do that, I'll use this orange button on the top right. That's going to take me still to my account, but now I'm navigating the site as a student. So at the top row, we have the Max Phonics, Max Reading, and Max Words programs that I mentioned. At the bottom are the extra ones for quick drill and practice. So I'm just going to go into Max Phonics. I'll see the 4 different modules. By the way, side note, modules 1 and 2 both go through the alphabet, both go through consonants and short vowels. But module 1, it's just for pre-K pretty much. It's just letters and sounds. That's it. There's no sound blending. There's no fluency. There's no sight words. All of that starts at module 2. So I'm going to start from module 2. And we have the groups of sounds. Remember I said PFNTA, SRCKE, BGMLI. The order will be the same. that my students' workbook follows, and then my teacher manual follows. For every group of sounds, I'm going to go through each letter individually through a sequence of steps. I said for the P, I'm going to go through here. I'm looking for this one. I'm going to go through a visual, tactile, and auditory drill. Then I'm going to have a quiz. If I master it, that takes me to the F, and then I'll go through the visual, tactile, and auditory drills, take a quiz, etc. Once I finish each of those letters individually, P, F, and T, A, that's when I'll get to the review with the control readers, with the fluency, with the side words, etc., and then the master quiz. So let me show you what the P looks like. And you're not going to be able to hear it because I have my headphones on, but when I have you log in, you'll be able to hear all the prompts that the computer is giving the student. So we'll see on the visual drill, the computer would say, this is the letter P, as in panda, it makes a sound. P. We'll see the same flashcards going over again. Remember the I do, we do, you do. So here the computer is telling the student, this is the letter P, and then giving them time to say it themselves. As in panda, and giving them time to make it themselves. And then the third time that we see the letter picture sound, the computer is just asking the student, what's the name of this letter? What's the name of this picture? What is the sound that the letter makes? Then we go to the tactile drill. That's where we trace the letters. Remember, we started with the finger in the air, kind of sky tracing. That's what it is. The computer would be telling me down, up, and around. And Liz, I see a question. Should we go through steps 1 and 2 with each letter bundle before moving to step 3? I'm not sure if I'm understanding it, so I'm going to reply with what I think you're asking. So you deal with one group of letters at a time. So you're going to do steps 1 and 2 for the PFNTA, and then you go to step 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 until 9 for the PFNTA. When you do all 9 steps, that's when you move on to the next bundle of letters, and then you'll start with SRCKE, each letter individually, and then you go to step 3 for that bundle. So it's like you do one bundle at a time. Okay, so now for the tactile, the computer, as I was talking, told me again how to trace the letter P, and here I can do it myself. This is me doing down, up, and around. Of course, this is easier if you have a touch screen. And then there's another screen where I can practice down, up, and around. Then we have the auditory drill. So on the lesson plan, there's a little bit extra that you don't have on the software. On the software, there's a little bit extra that you don't have on the lesson plan. On the student's workbook, there's a little bit extra that you don't have in the lesson plan or the software. So every format has a little bit extra, although it follows the same basic steps. So this step is not on the lesson plan, but here, what the software does is it asks me, does the word thigh start with the sound P? And I need to choose yes or no. And I'm going to have a few pictures. Does the word pen start with the sound P? I'm going to go with yes. This is part of the phonemic awareness introduction that we did initially. And this is still the introduction to the letter P. After this introduction, I'm going to have my quiz. Remember the quiz? I need to get all of my questions right in order to move on. This type of screen lets me know that there's a quiz about to begin. First question, I need to recognize letters. So the prompt would be, click on all the boxes that have the letter P. I log in my answer. Then I have, once again, the pictures with the questions. They're going to be mixed up. I might get new pictures. Question number 3 will show me different letters being pronounced. Remember, the sound is here on my headphones. You'll be able to hear it when I have you log in. And then the 4th and last question will show me different letters being traced. I need to choose the one that's tracing the letter P by going down, up, and around. I got all my questions right. The system says you're good with the P. Let's take on a new letter. So when I click let's go, I have my visual, tactile, and auditory drill for the letter F, as in fox. This would be the same as me moving on to my next card. F as in fox, it makes a sound. Then we're going to trace it on the tactile drill. Then I'm going to identify the beginning sound, etc., etc. Let's skip a few steps ahead. I'll do that sequence of visual, tactile, auditory quiz for each of these letters, P, F, N, T, A. I'm going to pretend that I did that, and I'm ready for the review. That's when I'm going to start seeing all those sounds or all those letters together. The auditory drill is similar to the sound dictation drill, step 3 of my lesson plan. On the lesson plan, it's write the letter that makes a sound as in taxi. Here, the computer would tell me, type the letter that makes a sound as in taxi. So I would just type it in with my keyboard, and I do the same for the remaining boxes. Then I have the sound blending. This is the same as the tapping. This is the same as the alpha chips. The computer is demonstrating it for me and then giving me some time to do it myself. Then we have the fluency. That's step 5 of my lesson plan. Here is where I have all those words that combine those letters that I've been working with. The computer will light them up as it reads them for me. And on the following screen is where I'll have that timer with 60 seconds that I can use to time myself. Side note, the computer is not recording your students. It's not going to give them a score. This is just for them to practice, but the actual assessment of the fluency is going to be done one-on-one when they're working with you on the offline lesson. That's why on the actual lesson plan, you're not going to put anything for step 5. Let me just get to it. Here, step 5 will be empty until you actually get the chance to sit with a student and give them a score. Everything else you can plan ahead for. You can fill in any box in this lesson, except for the fluency, because you need a student for that. Then we have sight words. There's a few sight words that are introduced with each group of sounds. Remember, they're in red. Red words are sight words. And then we have the controlled readers, which are those short stories that kind of include all of the letters, all of the sounds, all of the sight words, etc. And then I get to the master quiz. Remember, a screen like that means that a quiz is about to begin. There's going to be 4 types of questions, but each of them is going to have multiple rounds. I'll just show you a few and skip. So here, once again, I need to recognize letters. Here, I need to recognize words. And notice that I'm using this right arrow at the bottom. I have that because I'm a teacher, so I can move ahead. Students have to go through the questions. They can't just skip. I have red words here, so I need to identify sight words. And then at the end, I have controlled readers. So I need to make the best picture, phrase, or sentence association. And then at the end, I'm going to get my score. I skipped everything, so that's incorrect. Therefore, when I click let's go, I'm not going to be allowed to move on. I'm going to be brought back to review what I need to review. So that flow repeats itself throughout. Within module 2, when I do the PFNTA and I master everything and I do the review and I do the master quiz, then I move on to the SRCKE. And then I start over from the top, 1 letter at a time, 1 quiz at a time, then the review and the master quizzes. That's where I was answering to Liz. Each group of sounds is its own lesson, is its own set of 9 steps. So I do always 1 sound individually first, and then I'll blend those together. But remember that as I move to the SRCKE, when I'm blending sounds together, I'm going to blend the sounds from the SRCKE group and the PFNTA group. It's cumulative. As I add or as I move on to learn more sounds, I'm constantly reviewing the ones that I did before as well. Then when I master module 2, I would go into module 3. Module 3 is blends. It's the same exact logic. Remember I said that your teacher manuals are also pretty similar to one another when it comes to phonics, blends, and digraphs. So are the software modules, because they follow the same exact steps. But right now I'm working with blends. Blends is where I have a letter combination or 2 or more letter combinations where I can hear each distinct sound. Then when I finish the blends and I move to the digraphs, that's where I see letter combinations where I usually can just hear 1 single sound. That's the difference between blends and digraphs. The steps though, the lesson plan will be the same. Therefore, when I'm writing lesson plans, I'm going to use the same template that I gave you for the alphabet, for the blends, or for the digraphs. It's going to be the same exact 9 steps. The wording is going to change a little bit because instead of saying this is the letter, you're going to say these are the letters. But other than that, and the tactile, instead of writing 1 letter at a time, you're going to be writing 2 letters. Other than that, it's the same steps that I'm hitting along the way. So at this point, we have 5 minutes before our break. I want to use those 5 minutes for you to try logging in, see if we can spend some time on the phonics program. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen so you can kind of gain back control on your end. Go ahead and open up your Google Chrome. If you don't have Google Chrome, then don't practice for now because it's just not going to look right in any other browser. So on your Google Chrome, go to maxscholar.com. That's MAXSCHOLAR. And you're going to have the login button on the top right-hand corner. Click on it. You're going to be asked to enter your username and password. Your username is going to be all in lowercase, and it's going to be the email that you used when you signed up. If you're not sure, I'm going to have it here. Usually is your school's email, all in lowercase. Even if you didn't write it all in lowercase, we did. And then the password is going to be also in lowercase, the word teacher. I know that there's some people from Hogansville. I've worked with you guys in the past. If you change your password, then whatever password you had, that's what remains. Otherwise, the password is teacher, also in lowercase. Once you log in, you can change your password. It's the last option on your list. Sometimes teachers prefer keeping it just so that they don't forget it. But if you're already logged in, if you're having trouble, let me know in the chat box. But if you're already logged in, I want you to go to MyMax. Remember, you have that orange button on the top right. I want you to go into the phonics program. And I want you to go into either modules 2, 3, or 4 and choose one of the letters, one of the blends, one of the digraphs. Go through the little lesson and see if you can get to the quiz, to the at least the letter quiz. I want you to be able to hear everything that was muted on my end. I'll give you a few minutes to play around, and then we'll take our short kind of bathroom break, and then we'll come back and move on to something else. Sue, I'm getting your login. Give me 1 sec. I'm gonna send it to you privately on the chat box. That's your username, and the password will be teacher. Sorry, both in lowercase. All right, guys, at this point, I'm gonna try to stick with the times in the agenda. So let's take a little break for, if you need to stretch your legs. I see that some people are having trouble logging in, so I'll stay to address those. But let's meet back here at 11:15. If you want to spend some time on the software, you can, but at 11:15, I'll continue with the training, okay? Hi, Emily. I just sent you what I have. Let me know if maybe there's a typo or something.
I said we have like kind of two emails, so I tried the other one. I'll try that one then.
Oh, okay. Yeah, for all of the people in your group in Price Elementary, I have that email, the @SD Lancaster. All right, hopefully we're all making our way back. I'm finishing setting up what I wanted to show you now. All right, I'll give it a minute just to make sure I see you, Michael. I'll just give it a minute for others to join back while I finish organizing my stuff here and closing all the things that I don't need because it's confusing. Okay, not done. All right. I think I'm left with what I need now. All right, so one thing that I wanted, well, a few things that I wanted to clarify. I went through a lot of information in this portion, but it's all, like I said, pretty repetitive because it's systematic, it's sequential, it's explicit. I'm going to follow the same exact sequence of steps. The principles that I discussed initially are somehow displayed in those steps that we saw for the different formats of the lesson, whether it's online or whether it's offline. But before we move any further, I want to review some things. One is going to be the assignments for certification. I think this will be a good point to bring those in because they have to do with the lesson plan that we just saw. So I'm going to go ahead and pull it up now. And remember, I'll email it to you. But it looks like this. This is the document that you're going to receive, which has the certification requirements. This first page just tells you, you know, where you should send your lesson plans, et cetera, et cetera. I want to go into the assignments themselves, which are in the next page or start on the next page. So we have this initial full day training today. And then, like I mentioned, there's going to be monthly follow-ups and monthly assignments that you have to submit. For month one, right now we're in October, so month one for you guys would be November. So for November, you have to submit 2 lesson plans. That would be the lesson plan for PFNTA and the lesson plan for the SRCKE. And actually, while we break for lunch, I'm going to go ahead and so you'll have it before we finish the training. So it's 2 lesson plans. And then you're going to do 2 short videos. One of you teaching the sound blending drill. Remember, for the sound blending, we can do the tapping or we can do the alpha chips. And a short video of you teaching the sight words. Remember, for the sight words, we have either our plastic canvas with a crayon or our index card with a red Sharpie marker or the arm tapping. So those are the things that we want to see in those videos. Now, you might not have a student in November that you're going to do these particular lesson with. So there's certain things that you can submit later on, like the videos and the students' work. The students' work would be the part of the lesson where you dictate sounds and you want them to write it. The page where they write those letters, that would be part of the students' work that you submit. But the things that you definitely want to send in time, meaning, again, if month one is November, the things that you definitely want to send in November are going to be your lesson plans. Because for the lesson plan, you don't need an actual student. It's your planning. You're planning and writing that lesson plan yourself. What you're going to need a student for is, of course, to do the video portions. So every month is pretty similar. Month one is a lesson plan for the PFNTA, which we've been discussing today, and a lesson plan for the SRCKE. Same lesson plan, different groups of sounds. Then for month two, it's also similar. We have 2 lesson plans to submit. This time it's for blends and a video. Month 3, again, 2 lesson plans, this time for digraphs and a video. And then when you reach month 4, that's when we get into the syllabication and spelling rules and things like that, which we'll see together today, this afternoon. But in short, what you need to do every month is attend that monthly meeting. I'm going to send you, you're probably not going to receive it today, but probably next week, a link where you can RSVP to those follow-up sessions. We offer different dates, so you can sign up to whichever is more convenient for you, or you can choose to receive a recording instead, so you can view at your convenience. But you have to watch those videos or attend those sessions and then submit the lesson plans with each month. Then you'll receive feedback if you need to change anything, if we suggest that you add something else. Of course, you're going to have your individual cases and scenarios with your particular student, so you can ask what you should do based on what your student or how your student is reacting. Pretty much you're going to get some sort of mentoring throughout. Heather asked, should it be the same student each time? Probably not, because if you see, month 1 is the alphabet, month 2 is blend, month 3 is digraphs. There's no guarantee that you're going to have the same student master the alphabet and the blends and the digraphs in 3 months. So you can choose a different student. You can borrow a student from somebody else. Worst case scenario, use a teacher and pretend that the teacher is your student. Remember, we're evaluating you and your ability to deliver the lesson, not the student and their performance. So you can play around with that. But like I said, and then month 4, we get to syllabication. If you're a kindergarten teacher, you're probably not going to get to syllabication at all this school year. So what we definitely want you to send, like I said, with each month is the lesson plans themselves, the student work or the teacher pretending being a student work can be sent later on. So those are the requirements. And in addition, at the end here of this list, you're going to have some usage requirements that include usage, time, minutes, hours in the software. And we're going to measure your students' usage and your own usage. So that is something also that you would want to start getting into now. You don't want to reach 6 months down the line and be like, oh, I still have to make up 20 hours of usage. So the sooner that you started, the better. When you logged in today into the phonics program, you started adding time. When I have you log in again, you're going to keep adding time. So we're already getting started with meeting that requirement at least. So that's just what I briefly wanted to show you. I'm going to send this to you over the lunch break, so you'll have it for reference. But let's focus for a second on what the lesson plans would be, not only for month 1, but also for months 2 and 3, because they all have to do with phonics. And remember that I said we're going to use the same lesson plan for phonics, the alphabet, for phonics blends, and for phonics digraphs. It's that attachment that I sent you with the 9 steps. You have a sample. So for month 2, no, actually for month 1, sorry, what happened here? Let me open it again. I don't know what happened there. Here. The lesson plan. Okay, so for month 1, if we look at the requirements, you have to submit a lesson plan for the PFNTA and a lesson plan for the SRCKE, okay? Look at the handout that we were referring to before with the 9 steps. Well, you have the 9 steps at the beginning, and then the second step, you already have half of the assignment done because you have the beginning of the lesson plan for the SRCKE. So all you have to do is complete the boxes that say complete, delete those, and actually put letters in there. Here, delete this, and actually put words that you're going to have your students blend. Okay, so when it says, when the requirement says submit, you must submit the fully filled in lesson plan. What it means is take the lesson plan that we gave you and fill in all of the boxes with what you would cover in that particular step. So I'm going to write here all the words that I'm going to have my students tap with their fingers. Here, I'm going to write down all the side words that I would have in my index cards and that I would ask my students to spell on their arm. These are all the words that I would dictate. These are the sentences that I would have them work on. This is a controlled reader story that I'm going to have them do. So that's what you need to submit. This lesson plan, all the boxes filled in. Realistically, when you're actually working with a student, remember I said you're going to adapt it to the level and the skills of your students. Maybe when you're doing the sentence dictation, your student can deal with one sentence and that's it. That's fine. But on the lesson plan, we want to see that you're prepared to do all 10 should your student be able to take it there. And the goal will always be to, of course, reach that level. So make sure that you fill in all the boxes. The SRCKE, like I said, you have halfway done here. And then at the end of this file, the same handout that I've been looking through, you have the empty template. So this is the one that you're going to use for your PFNTA. So I'm going to do a very quick demo of how you would do it, because the actual step-by-step on how to do it, it's going to be your month 1 follow-up. Each monthly follow-up helps you do the assignments for that month. So on month 1's follow-up, we'll write the lesson plans together. On month 2 follow-up, we'll write these lesson plans together. But if you want to get ahead, I want to show you how you do it. You have your template, you're familiar with your steps, and you have your teacher manual for reference, you have your software for reference. So on the visual drill, I know that I'm going to do the PFNTA. I know the P goes with panda, I know the F goes with fox, and I'm using my template as an example of what I'm supposed to do in these boxes. Taxi and apple. Here for the tactile, I'm going to do PFNTA, and here I'm going to write the instructions of down, up, and around, etc. For the sound dictation, remember I'm going to dictate any of the letters or sounds that I've covered. So I'm going to do the PFNTA, but I don't necessarily want the students to just remember always PFNTA, PFNTA, PFNTA. I'm going to do A, T, F, and P, random order. I'm taking them off the top of my head, and then I'm going to repeat them. F, A, T, and P. Then I'm going to use any of those letters to form words or nonsense words. Nap, tap, pat, etc. Remember, for the fluency, it's the only thing that I'm not going to write anything, because I need to have my student to time them and give them a score with how many words they read. Side words, I have a list that I can refer to on the teacher manual, on the student's workbook, on the materials section of my teacher account. I'll round back to that in a minute too. Spelling dictation is words that I'm going to dictate. I can reuse the words from step 4 if you wanted to, because it's still combining those same letters. Step 8, I'm going to come up with sentences. I'm going to try to use the words that I have on step 7. I'm going to try to use the side words that I have on step 6, so that it all kind of follows logically. One step follows the previous one. And then number 9, you can stick to the story that is in the software, that is in the student's workbook, or you can come up with your own story to make sure that you're incorporating your side words, your sentences, etc. That's all it is. That's what the lesson plans are. That's what we want you to write. We want you to plan, write every single box, and then when you get a chance to actually sit with your student is where you will do the video parts of it. So for every month is the same. Month 1 is PFNTA and SRCKE. Month 2 is the blends, the L blends, and then the R blends. Month 3, it's digraphs. So it's 2 lesson plans each month and then a video. And then month 4, we'll talk about it when we get to the syllabication. So if I go back, before I get into actually max reading, if I go back to the PowerPoint presentation that I've been going through, let me close this, minimize that. And here we are. Hold on, there we go. Computer's acting a little bit crazy, but we'll get there. Okay, I'll just close it and open it again. Oh, no, it's stuck, of course. Give me 1 sec. Okay, let me now get to the slide that I wanted. Okay, so we left it off here. I'm gonna go a few slides back so we remember where we were. We talk about the sentence dictation and the COP strategy, remember, where they're going to find if they make mistakes in capitalization, organization, punctuation, or spelling. That's where we saw. We saw that there's some recommendation as to how to address different errors or mistakes that your students might do. We talked about the control readers, that's the last step of the lesson plan. And I showed you a few samples, and then I said that we would go into reading comprehension and vocabulary, which is actually what this section is going to, this next section that we're about to go into deals with. But before we go into that, I wanted to review the steps that we just mentioned. This is the template that you're going to use. It's what we just saw, what I was just flipping through. And I wanted to also mention something that appears on page 88 of your teacher manual, which is the Orton Gillingham 3-part drill. It's pretty much a quick version of what, how do I word this? I usually use this 3-part drill as a form of review before starting a new lesson. For example, let's say that I finish the PFNTA. I'm ready for the SRCKE. I like doing the 3-part drill as a form of review to ensure that my students are in fact good with the PFNTA and can deal with a whole new group of sounds. The 3-part drill is 3 of the steps of the lesson plan that we just saw. The visual drill, letter, picture, sound. The auditory drill, write the letter that makes a sound so-and-so. And the sound blending, the tapping or the alpha chips. It's a quick review. You're not doing all 9 steps. Again, of course, but it is a good indication if your students can actually deal with a new group of sounds or if you need to go back and review some. I see a question here. I see that we need to submit a video for a whole lesson plan. Yes. Does that need to be in one sitting? No. Or we can have daily segments in one video. Yes. You can do short clips because like I said, realistically, you're not going to do the 9 steps in one sitting. So you don't want to force that to happen just for the sake of the video. You can do short chunks every time. And those videos are going to be, what, 20, 30 seconds long each, usually. They're short clips. Again, we want to see how you're delivering the lesson. We want to see that you're doing the I do, we do, you do. That if you're doing the side words, you're doing the arm tapping and the crayon and etc. So having that said, remember I showed you some pictures, not some pictures, some questions at the beginning. And I said you probably know the answer to some of these, but by the end of the presentation, I would want you to know the answer to all of those. So let's see if we can do that. Let's take turns. Don't worry if you don't know it. I know that I just gave you a lot of information and I'm just hitting you with a quiz out of the blue. So I'm just gonna call your names. Let me see where I can see your list of names. I don't have enough questions for everybody, so we'll just do some people. Let's see, Michael, I'll start with you. So now we have multiple choice, so at least you can make a good guess. So what is phonological awareness?
I would say it is the ability to work with sounds and words.
Correct. It is. It's what we've been working most of this morning part. Thank you, Michael. Let's go with Danielle. Danielle, what is a visual drill? This one should be an easy one at this point.
The visual drill is B, showing a card with a letter, a picture, and the sound that the letter makes.
Correct. Let's go with Alicia. Alicia, what is the tactile kinesthetic drill?
Sorry, I'm just reading them.
Yeah, go for it.
That is going to be
For the closest one. I
Yeah,
didn't
I would
explain it
say-
with these words exactly.
I would say A and D are very closely related to this drill.
They're related, but in this case, A is the right one because D would be more of this, of the sound blending and tapping, where the tactile kinesthetic is where I'm tracing the letters and saying the directions out. All right, let's go with Sherilyn. I'm hoping I'm saying your name correctly. What is a sound dictation?
Okay, student.
You're not unmuted.
Yeah, I am muted. C.
I hear you. The student hears the sound and writes the letter, correct. That would be step 3 of our lesson plan. Heather, I think you guys are sitting in the same couch. I feel like, okay.
Yes, we're together.
All right, number 5, what are the different ways of doing sound blending?
It's kind of D. It's all of them, I think.
All of the above, correct. Finger tapping. I didn't say it was gonna be not trying to fool you. So yeah, finger tapping. You have the alpha chips, and you can also trace the letters on the tactile portion. They're all different ways that you can use. You could also go back to your sound cards. I'm not gonna say no to any way that you can have the students practice blending the sounds together. All right, let's see. I ran out of people that are showing me their faces, so I'm just gonna try my luck here. Marissa, there you are. What is fluency? And I don't think I explained this verbally, but maybe you can make the assumption.
I would say that it's A, the ability to read with speed and accuracy.
Correct. I didn't explain this with these words, but what we're doing in the fluency drill, I did explain, which is we're trying to get the students to read as many words as they can in 60 seconds. So we are having them work with their fluency, their speed, and their accuracy when reading those words. Thank you, Marissa. Let's see, Liz. Just because I had you active on the chat, so I know that you're there. The next one, there you are. What is a grapheme?
A, written letter.
That is correct, which comes and is related into or with the next one. I'll ask you, Liz, again, while we're at it, what's a phoneme?
That would be B, a sound.
Correct. So that's pretty much what we've been working on this morning. Building those connections between a grapheme and a phoneme. It's all interrelated with all those drills that I had just mentioned, the visual, the tactile, the fluency. Everything is interrelated with one another and will help the students learn to read and become better readers. This, I briefly mentioned it. Let's see if I can have a volunteer for this one. Sherilyn,
Yeah,
please
okay.
correct me if I'm not saying your name right.
It's Cheryl Ann. You're correct, Cheryl.
Sherilyn, okay.
Blend. It's one sound, so that is A. Right?
I'm gonna give you another chance.
The blend. Oh, blend is two, like BL, and the digraph is TH. Sorry, it's the two.
Correct. So we have, which one would it be? Because there's several that
Or each
talk
letter-
about two
it's
letters.
C.
That is correct. So we hear the distinct sounds. And then that would give it away what the digraph would be, which is when we have two or more consonants that produce one sound. So that would be C. So now we kind of did know the answers to all the questions. So good job. Now let's leave the phonics on the side for a little while and let's focus on the reading program. Now, for the reading, you don't have a teacher manual, you don't have a student's workbook. For the reading, we're going to focus on the online component. So let me once again clear out my screen a little bit so that we can focus on what we need to focus on. Okay. So I'm going to bring my outline here. This is the outline. Remember that I was scrolling through before that goes through the online steps, how to access the software, talking a little bit about the placement test, what you have on the dashboard, etc. I'm just clicking through the slides again of how we got to where I'm getting at. We talked about the phonics, the steps that are included there. By the way, I mentioned briefly the reports. So on the phonics specifically, everything that is a quiz, everything that the student is required to click or enter and answer, it becomes data. It's part of the report. So you'll be able to see what letters they're mastering, which ones are not, which skills specifically they're struggling with. Are they struggling with phonemic awareness? Are they struggling with the letter recognition? So that information can also give you valuable insight as to what you should do when you're doing your guided instruction. So I gave you a generalized sequence of steps that you should do. Maybe on one session, do steps 1, 2, 3, then another session for steps 4 to 6. But if you see that your student is actually struggling with a particular step, then you might want to spend more time with that particular step and not just go through what I told you. Remember, you need to be prescriptive. It's one of those principles that I mentioned. You need to be prescriptive. You need to be diagnostic. You need to see how your students are advancing or not, and use that information to help them move along and master things along the way. But that's what I wanted to mention, that on the reports, this is what you will see. Pretty much the results of their quizzes and what they're getting right, what they're getting wrong. This is also going to be part of one of the follow-ups where we navigate the reports of your students. So now that we're leaving the phonics behind, I'm going to go to this page, which talks about Max Reading. Max Reading is another one of the core programs of Max Scholar. Remember that it's, oh, and I just noticed here, sorry, I'm just seeing the chat box that you guys were giving me answers to the questions. Sorry, I missed those. But back to Max Reading. We're focusing on the online component, and this is where we'll see reading comprehension, vocabulary work, writing work, and the program is K through 12. So it's one of the core programs, and it's one that will be used for any student at any level. Because if you have, beginning readers, they can go to the lower levels. If you have high schoolers, they can go to the high school levels as well. And the way that we determine which of those levels they will be assigned to is that there's also a placement test. I mentioned it briefly before, that there's a phonics test and a reading test. This is where that reading test comes in. It focuses mostly on comprehension. So the students will get a story to read, and then based on how many, a question to, story to read, and then some multiple choice reading comprehension questions. So based on how many of those questions they answer correctly or incorrectly, they're gonna get, or they might get, a second story, which will be either at a higher level or at a lower level. And then based on how many answers they input that are correct or incorrect, they might get a third story. So there could be a maximum of 4 stories that they need to read, while the system kind of plays around to find an appropriate place for them to be on an appropriate level. So that's one option of how the students are assigned to a level, the placement test. Another option is that you can manually assign them to a level, and that is whether they take the placement test or not. You can opt out of the test and say, I know the student is around a 2nd grade level, so I'm going to put him on level 2. Or let's say that the student took the placement test, bombed it, but you know that they should be at a particular level. You can override the placement results and put them where you want them to be. All of that you can do through your teacher account. Remember, if I go a few slides back, here, I mentioned that you have the reports, the settings where you can adjust things on your student's account, and the materials where you'll get all those worksheets, etc. So you can manually assign the level, or the third option is that your student is assigned to a beginning level right now, and then they demonstrate enough progress in that level that they unlock their way to the next one. For example, I'm assigned to level 2, I do stories, I do exercises, I'm performing well. Eventually, I unlock my way to level 3. The way that I demonstrate that progress is by finishing, emphasis on the finish, finishing chapters with a good score. The good score on Max Reading is considered a 75% or higher. Remember when we were talking about the phonics, it's 100%. We're looking for mastery completely. On the reading, we're just looking for proficiency, kind of good scores. And for every chapter, we're about to see what the chapters look like. But for every chapter that I finish with a good grade, I'm going to get points. So it's a system of points that we have. The more points that I get, the closer that I am to unlocking the next level. And then that's how I move on from level 2 to level 3. And then when I get enough progress points on level 3, I'll move on to 4, etc., etc. These levels, by the way, are all equivalent to grades. So 0 would be kindergarten, 1 would be first grade, 2 would be second grade, 12 is 12th grade. So of course that impacts the difficulty of the text itself that I can find on each of those levels. But in addition to that, in addition to the difficulty of the text or the difficulty increasing as I move up the levels, there's also different types of activities or different types of exercises that I can bump into depending on the level that I'm assigned to. So there's 3 different types of exercises. I'm going to cover them in these next 2 slides. So up here we have the first type of exercise, which appears on level 0, which is a kindergarten level, and specifically in the books called Prep 1 and Prep 2. For those, there's actually no text, there's just pictures. So we do an activity called visualizing and verbalizing, and then we answer some questions. That's it. Then we have the second type of exercise, which appears on level 0 as well, but on different books, and in all the books on level 1, which is first grade level. Those do have text, therefore require for me to read, to highlight the important bits of information, to do a self-check of the highlighting, and then to answer some reading comprehension questions. Then on the next slide, I have the third and final type of exercise that I can encounter, which appears on levels 2 through 12. And for that, I'm going to have vocabulary work, reading, highlighting, self-check of the highlighting. So some of the steps that I just mentioned before are repeated here, but here I have additional ones. Here's when I'll start writing, outlines, summaries, answer open-ended questions. I'll have reading comprehension, and I'll have some vocabulary games as well. So I'm about to show you a sample of these 2 easier types of exercises, and then we're going to do this harder one together. Remember that we have this attachment or this handout that I emailed you ahead of time with the PD homework for teachers. So we started with this task when I had you go into one of the modules of phonics to kind of play around with it. And we're going to do this one together. Okay, so you don't have to do it right now. I will let you know when to log in again. But pretty much what we want you to do is to go into the different lessons, go into module 2 to see how it works, go into level 0 so you can do an exercise yourself, and that way you'll be able to explain it to your students. Go into level 2, go into level 5, go into all the different sections here. So like I said, together we're going to do a few of these tasks. But before we get into doing that exercise together, I want to briefly sample these simpler types of activities. I'm getting my cards for the visualizing and verbalizing. You'll see what that is. But for now, I'm going to make my way to max reading. I'm going to make my way to level 0 and to one of these books, Prep 1 or Prep 2. You don't have to do it just yet. Remember, always use Google Chrome. And I'm going to make my way to the student side. So I'm going to click on go to my Max. If you are clicking around with me, that's fine. If you're not following along, you can just look at my screen. I'm going to give you time to log in to do another exercise with me in about 5 minutes or so. So I'm going to go into max reading here. Since I'm logged in as a teacher, I can choose any level that I want. So if you have students that are in level 0, you'll be able to access what they're doing. If you have students that are on level 5, you'll be able to see that as well. For students, this screen looks a little bit different because they'll only see the level that they're actually assigned to. They're assigned to one level at a time. So for this quick demo, I'm going to go into level 0, again, kindergarten level. And I'm going to choose either the books Prep 1 or Prep 2. I'm going to go with Prep 1. And here we have the list of chapters that I can choose from. So all of these titles here are individual chapters, individual exercises in the Prep 1 book. Each of these, when I finish them, again, emphasis on the finish, it's going to give me a score. If that score is good, meaning 75% or higher, I'm gonna get points for it. The more points I get, the closer I'll be to unlocking level 1. Depending on the book, you'll see if I click Prep 4, it says right here, I don't know if you can see me hovering over it, so let me use this. Each chapter on this book can give you 5 progress points. If I go into Prep 5, you'll see that it's 5 progress points. Prep 2 is 1 progress point. Prep 3 is 3 progress points. Why? Because Prep 3 is harder than Prep 1 and Prep 2. So you get more credit points for doing those chapters. Prep 5 is the hardest book in level 0. That's why each of the chapters will give you 5 progress points. In other words, you'll get to level 1 a lot faster if you focus on the harder books. But that's pretty much how the progress points work. The harder the chapters, the more credit points that I get for finishing them. For now, let's focus on the easiest one. They just give me 1 credit point each. Back on Prep 1, and I'm going to choose the first chapter, which is Treasure. I was going to say, if I'm assigned to level 0 as a student, I still can choose any of the books or any of the chapters that I want. I have access to all the books and all the chapters in that level. I'll go with Treasure. And what I have here is a picture. Remember I said these chapters on Prep 1 and Prep 2 on level 0, they don't have text, it's just picture. And what we do here is a strategy called visualizing and verbalizing. Pretty much what it stands for, or the objective, is that you want your students to create a movie or a picture in their head of what they're seeing, in this case, what they're reading eventually, because it's a strategy that you can use with words and with sentences and with stories as well. Because having that visual memory, that visual image in their head will make it that much easier for them to remember, retain, and recall information. It's something that we do constantly, subconsciously, but here it's something that we want to force to happen because it's going to help the students a lot. For example, an example of that visual memory or that visual connection that I have to information or to even a word. If I tell you the word ambulance, at this point, you probably already have a picture of an ambulance in your head. It took about maybe 2 seconds. That's because throughout your life, you've seen ambulances and you know what they look like. You associate those with the word ambulance, and you associate those also with a picture of an ambulance. You maybe even associate it with a sound, the sound that the ambulance makes as it's, passing through you on the highway. So that pretty much is what we want to prompt the students to do. Build that connection between a picture and a thought, that visual imagery in my head, a word and a thought. It's something that, like I said, we do subconsciously. Nobody told you to visualize and verbalize and memorize what an ambulance looks like. You just did it because you had so much exposure to it. But here, let me show you how that comes into play when we're dealing with comprehension, with pictures, with new information that we're exposed to. I'm going to zoom in a little bit here so you can see the picture a little better. So I'll take a moment to look at the picture. Now I'm going to take it away. And I'm going to ask you guys some questions. You can just nod yes or no. So if I asked you how many people were in that picture, would you know the answer? Some of you might say yes, some of you might say no. If I asked you what was the color of the boy's hair on the forefront, some of you might know, some of you will not. If I asked you what was hanging from the walls in the background behind all the people, probably all of you would say no idea. That's because you didn't focus on that part of the picture. We are constantly exposed to information. We can possibly remember everything that we see. But what we want students to do, and that's where the comprehension and the visualizing and verbalizing comes into play, we want them to take the information that they're exposed to, a picture, a word, a sentence, a text, whatever it might be, and don't just take it and move from it. Take it, study it, take as many details as you want. That's why eventually we're going to highlight important bits of information in a text. Take all the bits and pieces that you can from this picture to the point where next time that I take that picture away, you will be able to answer all of those questions that I just asked. We don't want you to remember this picture from, 20 years from now, like you remember an ambulance, but it is a good strategy to improve comprehension and focus and retention. And like I said, we can start it with pictures, but it's not exclusive to pictures. You can do it with vocabulary words, with sentences, and with entire stories. If we can create a movie in our head, we can create a picture in our head, it's going to make it that much more likely that I remember it, understand it, and I'm able to recall it. So how do we do that visualizing and verbalizing? We have a group of words called structure words. I have them in this fancy laminated cards that one day appeared on my desk. I don't even know where they came from, because for the longest time I just had index cards where I wrote with a black Sharpie the structure words. They're 12 words. It's words like what, when, where, shape, color, number, size, mood, background. I'm forgetting a few, but that's why I'm going to give them, I'm going to give you the list. And you use these as prompts to ask questions about this picture. Because again, if I just show you the picture and tell you to look at it, you're going to look at it. Maybe this time you're going to look at more details than the first time around, but still, when I take the picture away, I might ask you questions that you won't know the answer to. So for that is where I'm prompting you with questions. These words will allow me to form questions around the picture that we're seeing, around the word, around the sentence that we're using, so that you can visualize your answers, verbalize them, and then that visualization is going to become your visual memory, your picture, your movie that you have in your head. So for example, I would ask, what's going on in this picture? And you can tell me there's a kid opening a treasure. Correct. I'm taking it away. Can you tell me what color was his hair? Can you tell me what was hanging on the walls in the back? Can you tell me what the father had around his neck? Probably not, because that's not enough. I just focused on one extra detail. Now, I need to do more. So you can reuse this word with a different question, or you can skip to the next. There's no minimum or maximum amount of structure words that you need to use. I just use however many as appropriate. For this picture, I can ask, where do you think this is taking place? And I'm going to use context clues. And you have some students that will tell you this is at the mall. And remember, we mentioned some of the principles of the OG being that positive reinforcement to build self-confidence. So you're not going to say, no, that's wrong. You're going to ask a follow-up question. What makes you think that this is at the mall? Or I would say, this is in a cave. What makes you think that this is in a cave? I see the sunlight coming through. I see the walls that are coming over, the shadows, the treasure in it. That leads me to believe that it's actually taking place in a cave. When do you think this is taking place? During the day, during the night? I would say daytime. Why? Because I see sunlight coming through. Number, can you tell me the number of people that you see in here? And again, you might bump into words that you don't want to use. Sound obviously would be, can you picture any sound in this picture? If we were talking about the ambulance again, of course, you can associate a sound with that visual image that you have. This one I like using here. Mood. What can you tell me about the mood of the people in this picture? This, I know that me personally, I didn't focus on the people's faces when I first saw the picture, but now I'm going to focus on it. So I know that the kid is happy. He's smiling, eyes wide. He just found a treasure. The parents in the back, we'll assume those are the parents. They look a little bit scared and frightened. The dad is even pulling back. And I'm going to assume that's a tour guide or a local there on the right-hand side next to the boy. And he also seems kind of worried, freaked out. Color, here's where I can focus on specific items, specific colors. And there's other words. I'm not going to use them right now, but just so you know what they are. Sometimes what I've seen teachers do is that they print these out and paste them on the wall, or you can print them out and give them to the students or have them make their own deck of cards so that even if you're not there to prompt them with the questions, they kind of have some guideline as to what things to think about. But matter of fact is that now I focus on a few more details about the picture. I didn't ask about background, but here's where I would ask, is there anything hanging on the background? And this is where you would say, no, there's nothing hanging on the background. So now, if I take the picture away, you still might not remember every single detail. You still might not be able to answer every single question that I ask you, but for sure, you'll be able to answer more. When I ask you how many people are there, you'll probably be able to tell me that there were 4. When I ask you what color was the kid's hair, you'll probably be able to tell me that it was orange. If I ask you what was the mood of the people in the picture, you'll probably be able to answer that as well. So it's the same picture that we saw. We just chose to focus our attention on specific things. And as we asked those questions, as the students answered, and we came up with follow-up questions, and we went this back and forth, through this back and forth, that picture was becoming more and more clear every time. So that's pretty much the visualizing and verbalizing. Once you do that quick exercise, you can click here on the button that says go to questions. And even though there is no text, there are questions about the picture. And you'll notice that there's these speaker buttons that can have the questions and the answers read out loud for your students. Initially, I recommend that you do this as a kind of group activity where you can model it for the students and you can ask them to vote for what the right question, what the right answer is. And then they're going to get feedback. Remember, I mentioned in the phonics that everything that they need to click on, anything that they need to give an answer to becomes data. So here also, I'm going to have scores and see how they do with the comprehension, and even what type of questions they get right or wrong, compare and contrast, inferences, vocabulary, etc. So for level 0, prep 1 and prep 2, that's all it is. Pictures where I visualize and verbalize, and then questions where I can have the questions and answers read out loud to answer about different details in the picture. That would be the first type of exercise that we were talking about here. Now, if I go into other books in level 0 or any of the books on level 1, I do have text and therefore more activities to go through. Given that these activities are included in this longer list here, reading, highlighting, check highlighting, and comprehension, I'm going to skip this one. I'm going to skip this type of exercise, and I'm going to have you log in so we can do this type of exercise together. So at this point, I'm going to stop sharing my screen for a moment. I'll share it again in a sec. And I want you to go back to your Google Chrome, log into your account. You were probably logged out due to an activity. And remember to log in with your email and your password and make your way to the student site. So go to MyMax. Once there, now I'm going to share my screen again so that when you watch the recording, you can see what I'm talking about. Okay, so once in MyMax, go into Max Reading. From Max Reading, I want you to go into level 2. So you're going to click on the number 2. And then we have different books. Remember, different books, they might have different difficulties, even if they're within the same level. And that is going to be shown, or you have some reference to that on the points, the progress points that I can get. So if you click on people in my neighborhood, you see on the right-hand side that it says each chapter on this book can give you 3 points. If you click on Australia, you'll see it's 2 points. That means that Australia, it's easier than people in my neighborhood. If you go to my friends, you see 3 points. Emotions, 4 points. Airports, 4 points. Abe Lincoln, 2 points. Let's go with Abe Lincoln. So click on the Abe Lincoln book, and we're gonna click on the first chapter, which is childhood. Remember, this is one of the tasks on the training homework for teachers. We're doing this one together right now. So level 2, Abe Lincoln, childhood chapter. I'm gonna give it a second to make sure that we're all there. I'm gonna open the chat box, which disappeared for me in case there's questions. If not, I'm gonna assume that everyone made it here. And we have the steps that we need to follow on the top of the screen, right? Starting with max vocab, and we finish with the score. When we were in the phonics, I don't know if you noticed when you logged in, but you can just move through the steps by clicking on them. Here you cannot. You have to start with the vocab, then do the reading, then do the highlighting, and move on that way. So before we start with the vocab, notice on the mid right-hand section of my screen, your screen, the resolution might be different, so it might not be in the middle, but it's gonna be on the right-hand side. You're gonna have a speaker. You're gonna have a small A in a circle and a bigger A in a circle. You can use those buttons to change the size of the letters. I'm making mine bigger. And of course, the speaker is a read aloud. So you could have the story read out loud. We're not going to use that right now. Let's go straight into the max vocab step. You'll notice that some words are highlighted in gray. The idea is that we want the students to go through those words, make sure that they understand them. And if they don't, they can click on them to see what they mean. For example, I know what childhood is. I know what born is, but I don't know what cabin is. So if I click on the word cabin, I'm going to see a definition, how to use it in a sentence, synonyms and antonyms when relevant. So I see that a cabin is a house in the woods. The cabin is usually small. Remember, we were talking a second ago about the visualizing and verbalizing, and I say that you can do it with words too. So you can also visualize and verbalize what a cabin might look like. What's the size? Usually small. What is a cabin? A house in the woods. Where is it located? In the woods. So again, you can use these prompts to help the students with new vocabulary and with new information in general as well. Because having that visual picture, that movie in my head is really going to help me with retention and comprehension. So for max vocab, we go through the words. Let's pretend that we went through them and we know them. Let's click OK next. That takes us, to the next step, which is the reading. So go ahead and take a few minutes to read the story. It's just a few paragraphs long. I'll give you 2 minutes. I'll give it a couple more seconds. All right, let's go ahead and move on. So let's scroll back up and click OK next. That's going to take us to the highlighting. This is where we're going to pause because the highlighting is a very useful strategy. It helps with focus, retention, spelling, comprehension. The list goes on. But it's not an exact science. It's something that it's hard to teach and it's hard to grasp for students. And when it comes to using it in the software, the highlighting, it is scored. It is one of the things that will impact my score at the end, which will determine if I'm making progress or not. So, although it is very useful and it is very important, I don't necessarily want a perfect score. I just want to make sure that I understand what a topic is, what a main idea is, what important details are, and that I get better as I practice every time. Having that said, it is important that you model this for your students, that they understand what they're looking for, that they understand how the scoring works here. And that way they'll be able to use and practice with the highlighting a little bit more efficiently. So there's 3 things that we want to identify. Side note, of course, the highlighting is going to help them not only with Max Color, but with anything that they ever read in their education in general. But there's 3 things that we want to highlight. 1 is the topic, 2 is the main idea, and then the important details. Before we start highlighting together, I want to quickly make my way back to the dashboard because I keep mentioning the material section here and there, and I haven't actually showed you what it looks like. So the material section is where you can access additional resources from your teacher account. You have a section for each of the core programs. Those are, again, Max Phonics, Max Reading, and Max Words. If we look at Max Phonics, just really quickly, well, let me actually go here. Oh, it's not gonna let me. Oh, not the right thing. Okay, materials, Max Phonics. That's where I wanted to go. Okay, so each of the titles here is a file that I can download by clicking on it. I'm going to click on this first one. Lesson plan, steps, sample, and template. Look familiar? Is the one that we were working on in the morning, where you have the sample, where you have your empty template. So once you wrote notes on the one that you printed out, this is where you can download a new one. This I'm going to close. I mentioned, if we're sticking to the phonics, I mentioned that we have a suggested list of sight words, right, that you can add. This is where you can find it. Somebody asked if we had a fluency list for each group of sounds. Yes, we do. This is where you can find them. So here you can easily access your list of words for the PFNTA. Here you can easily access your list of words for the BGMLI, etc. So notice that for each step of our lesson plan that we have, oh, I closed it already, but for each of the 9 steps, each step has a number, right? 1 is visual, 2 is tactile, etc. See here how most of these materials also start with a number? That is a guide for you to know what step of the lesson plan this material goes along with. So for step 1, you use material 1. For step 2, you use material 2. For the fluency, which is step 5, you have all of these things here. For sight words, which is step 6, you have a couple here. So that's a guideline for your resources on the phonics section. When it comes to Max Reading, you have the instructions for visualizing and verbalizing with the structure words, a guide on how to highlight, worksheets that you can give to your students to work with these chapters. But what I wanted to get to was a guide on how to highlight, because I recommend that you get it and print it out, not only for yourself, but also to give it as a resource for your students. It would walk you through what is a topic, what is a main idea, what are important details, what they might look like in a story, and how many of them you need to identify. It's going to be one topic, one main idea, and several important details. So what I'm about to tell you or the way that I'm going to walk you through the highlighting is pretty much what this guide tells you and your students to do as well. Danielle asks, is the placement test you mentioned located in the materials section as well, or is it a separate file? It's a separate file, actually. I will email it to you, and it's going to be three separate files. One is the placement test itself. Another one is the instructions for the teacher. And another one is a scoring sheet where you can actually assess how your student is doing. So back to Max Scholar. Here I am, okay, on the childhood chapter. At this point, we went through the vocabulary words. We did the reading. That's also very important. I'm not gonna highlight while I'm reading the story for the first time because I might have incorrect idea of what's important and what isn't. Now that I've read the story in its entirety, I have a clearer idea of what it's about. So this is where I start the highlight. So let's highlight together. And again, the way that I'm doing this with you, it's pretty much how I would do it with a group of students, me being the teacher, you being my students. Let's go ahead and identify the topic. Let's click on our blue, sorry, highlighter. We're gonna see that it sticks out a little bit to the left. And what we want to find or highlight as a topic, it's going to be 1 or 2 words. It's going to be straight to the point, and it's going to tell me what this story was mostly talking about. So this story is obviously about Abraham Lincoln. The entire book is about Abraham Lincoln, but specifically this story is talking about a period in his life, right? Which is his childhood. Having read the entire story, and even if I skim through it again, I also, if I see the title, kind of gives it away in this case, not always, but in this case, I would know that this story is about his childhood. So I've selected the blue highlighter. I'm going to go ahead and click on the word childhood the first time that I see it in the text, and that one time only. So go ahead and click on that. You should have the word childhood in blue. There's going to be one topic per story. So let's go ahead and move on to the main idea. The main idea is going to be in green. Click on that highlighter. And for the main idea, we're looking for a full idea, a full statement, a full sentence. That sentence, it's going to be already in the text. I don't have to make it up. It's going to be in the text, and it's going to be a sentence that kind of encompasses what the story was about, maybe sets the tone for the story, maybe summarizes the story in a way. It kind of depends on the narrative and on the topic that you're reading about. But pretty much the way that I illustrate it for students is think about an umbrella. Your umbrella is your main idea. Under that umbrella, you want to talk as many important details as you can. So your main idea is going to be this overall statement to which you can associate the most amount of details in the story. So that sentence that I'm looking for in this case is that Abraham Lincoln had a very hard childhood. Why? Because most of the story is telling me about his mother dying, his brother dying. He didn't have a school to go to. He had to teach himself to read. There was a bunch of kids in his house when his father remarried. So overall, if there's a sentence, my umbrella sentence, that I can associate all those details to, it would be that Abraham Lincoln had a very hard childhood. So I'm going to highlight any of the words in that sentence, except for childhood, because that's already in blue. And you'll see that it all becomes highlighted with one click. That's a clue for the student. If it became highlighted with one click, that is the right main idea. In other words, if you look at my screen, let's say that I thought this was the right main idea. See how only individual words become highlighted? I know that that's not it. The main idea will always become highlighted with one click. So if I make mistakes, I can take my eraser and unhighlight what I did. So now that I have my one topic and my one main idea, I can move on to my yellow highlighter, which is for important details. Important details is where it gets tricky. Important details is where it becomes subjective. You might think that it's important. I might think that it's not. So remember that even though it's not an exact science, we want to become better as we go, and we want to understand the basic concepts of what is a topic, what is a main idea, and what are important details. So for important details, what we're looking for are individual words, not phrases, not sentences, individual words that support that topic and main idea. Meaning, I know that Abraham Lincoln had a very hard childhood. I'm going to look for words, bits of information throughout the text that let me know that Abraham Lincoln's childhood was hard. So the way to do that is that I reread each sentence, I reread each paragraph, and then at certain points I stop and ask myself, did what I just read support the idea that he had a hard childhood? If the answer is yes, I'm going to go and be selective as to which specific words were carrying that information. If the answer is no, it didn't support the main idea, then I'm not going to highlight anything and move on. Let's do the first paragraph together, and then I'll let you do the rest on your own. I'm not going to touch the first sentence, that's already highlighted. I'm going to start from the second sentence. He was born on February 12, 1809, on the Sinking Spring Farm in Harding County, Kentucky. I'm going to stop and I'm going to ask myself, did what I just read let me know that his childhood was hard? No. So I'm not going to highlight anything there. I'm going to keep moving on. He was actually born in a one-room log cabin. Log cabins were houses made of logs. Mud was used to fill the cracks in between the logs. I'm going to stop and ask myself if any of this lets me know that his childhood was hard. I'm going to go with no. So I'm going to keep going. Abraham was called Abe. Abe worked very hard as a child. I'm going to say that that might point to the fact that his childhood was hard. Specifically, the words worked and hard. And you might say, how about very? It's very hard, not just usually hard. And this is where, again, the subjectivity, one extra word here, one extra word there can come into play. But my score is not going to be greatly affected by one word more or one word less. So having that in mind, reread the story as you go and highlight the key words that let you know that Abraham Lincoln's childhood might have been hard somehow. I'm going to do the same on my end. If you want to see what type of things I'm highlighting, you can see. You can look at my screen. And go through the end of the story. I'm doing it as well. All right, so if you finish, scroll back up and click OK next. Side note, you might see that you have the word skip as well. That's because, again, you have a teacher account, so you can skip several things. Students cannot. Students need to finish those exercises that are presented to them because that's where we get the scores from. So when you click OK next, you're going to get your score. You're going to see a score for topic, a score for main idea, and a score for important details. The things that carry the most weight, I'm going to zoom in to my screen. The things that carry the most weight for the overall score are the topic and the main idea. As long as you have those two right, you're pretty much going to get a decent score, even if your details score might be low. And the score that matters to demonstrate progress is that overall score, the one that is below the three of them. So I got a score of 88%. That is a good score. I know that because it's above the 75% line. So I know that I'm doing good so far on this chapter. At this point, you can see on the left-hand side what you did, what you highlighted. And on the right-hand side would be the answer key. Every possible word that the system would have considered is an important detail that supports that main idea, that somehow it made Abraham Lincoln's childhood hard. So here your students can do kind of a self-check and say, okay, I should highlight this type of words, I should not highlight this other type of words, and so on. For now, let's keep going ahead. Let's click OK next. And we are going to have the first of our writing exercises, which is an outline. You'll see that there's some text boxes that we need to fill in with information that we learned in the text. The topic, our idea or main idea. You can add more ideas if you want to develop more, and then at least 3 important details per idea. Right now, we probably want to talk about the fact that his childhood was hard and 3 supporting details that let us know that it was hard. But if you have students that are in higher levels, the texts are a little bit longer, the texts are a little bit more complex. So you might want to have them add more ideas and more supporting details. But this is the minimum that we would want. At this point, you can make your way back to my screen. We'll do the rest on my end. So the topic would be childhood or Abraham Lincoln's childhood. The idea, remember, I can have several ideas. In this case, I'm just going to stick to the main idea, which is that Abraham Lincoln had a very hard childhood. Here, we can also tie in to certain things that we saw in the phonics, the COPs. Remember the capitalization, organization, punctuation, and spelling? We can also ask them to incorporate that here. And then I have important details that support the fact that his childhood was hard. I'm going to say his mother died. I'm going to say he taught himself to read. And I'm going to say he worked very hard. So those are 3 supporting details that I can find. And I can see once again my highlighted version or the answer key. Usually having the text highlighted is going to help me find the information a lot quicker. So I'm going to hit save and then move on. Then we have a second writing exercise. This time I can choose to write a summary. Notice that I have the outline that I just wrote. I can choose to answer an open-ended question or a general question. And for either of those, I can still choose between my highlighting and the answer key to get important information from the text and cite evidence if I need to and make a more informed answer. I'm not gonna do it now, just so you know where these exercises are found. I'm just gonna click OK next. And then we're gonna have some reading comprehension questions. They're gonna be categorized inferences, like I said before, compare and contrast, cause and effect, timeline of events. I can't remember all the categories now, but they're gonna be categorized for when you pull up the reports. You're gonna see what type of questions your students get right or wrong. And they can always refer back to the text if they needed to. And something that I mentioned on the chat box, when it comes to the read aloud, the read aloud is only available on levels 0, 1, and 2. So it's not on all grades. From levels 3 and up, we want the students to read independently. And then when you finish, or when the students finish the questions, they get a final score. This is where I need to have 75% or more. If I do, then I'm going to get the progress points that come along with this chapter, and I'll be a little bit closer to unlocking the next level. At this point, I can also see the right answers, see my outline, redo the chapter if I didn't get a good score and I want to go ahead and improve it, or play the vocabulary games. We have Letter Splash, which is like Hangman. Then we have the definitions game where I need to match words with their right definitions. And then I have the word search where I'll see some words that appeared in the text, and I have to find them here in this mess of letter. So it's just, quick activities for the students to do, reinforcing the vocabulary words that they were exposed to in this particular chapter. So that's how the reading chapters look like. Brief recap before we go on break. We've talked about 3 different types of exercises. This one is where we had the pictures, like the treasure chapter, where we visualize and verbalize, and then we answer questions. Then I skipped this middle type of exercise, but it includes some of the steps that we just did with Abe Lincoln. The reading, the highlighting, check the highlighting, and reading comprehension. And then what we just did was a story on level 2 that included all of these steps. These steps will also be present on higher levels, but of course the topics are going to be different. The sentence structure, the difficulty, the narrative might be a little bit different. The steps will be the same. So, any questions at this point before we take our short break? I see Alicia. How does the reading program work with the phonics? How would you split up a lesson to include both components if students should receive both? Or how would you schedule a lesson in a week to make sure all necessary parts are included? Good question. What I would suggest is to actually not necessarily mix the reading and the phonics in one day, just because you have a lot of steps and a lot of skills to hit on each one of them. And you might have a student that comprehension-wise is fine, but they can blend sounds together to form a word. So it's really hard to put them at the same, in the same 30-minute session, let's say, that you would have. What I would suggest is that, let's say you're going to use the program in some way or another, software, guided instruction, students' worksheets, every day of the week, right? 5 days a week, 30 minutes each time. What I would suggest is try to identify what is the biggest struggle area. Is it more in the phonics or is it more on the reading? And that's what you're going to focus the majority of your days on. 3 days a week phonics, let's say, 2 days a week reading. Or 3 days a week, I'm going to do phonics as a guided instruction. 1 day a week, I'm going to do phonics independent work done by the student in the software. And then the 5th day, to kind of mix it up, I'm going to do the reading because he doesn't struggle that much with it, and to kind of break the pattern of phonics, 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 phonics. So you can kind of build your own format. But the general recommendation is that you would always focus on 30-minute sessions, and you would focus on one particular program. So 30 minutes, max phonics. That's not to say that you can't play around within those 30 minutes. For example, you can do 15 minutes guided, 15 minutes independent. 15 minutes, your students are on the computer, and 15 minutes they rotate through some centers or stations that you have set up. So all of these, more implementation-based questions are usually addressed on the follow-ups, because you come with the information already of, okay, I chose my student, and this is the status, and this is, what he needs, so we can more properly address the individualities of the students. But in general, that's what I would say. 30-minute sessions, and you focus a little bit more of the attention on the areas where you see that they struggle more. And within those 30 minutes, you can do some offline work, some online work, some worksheets, some of the students' workbook. You still have a lot of resources that you can incorporate in. Does that make sense a little bit? All right, good. So if there's no more questions, let's take our break. Now we're going to take a 30-minute break. It's 12:35 now. If you're all on Eastern time, I'm on Eastern time. So it's 12:35 Eastern time now. Let's meet back at 1:05 Eastern time. So in 30 minutes. And then we'll keep going with what happens after the phonics. That's where we'll get into syllabication and spelling words. So I'll see you guys soon. I forgot to unmute myself. I'm back. I just dropped all of my cards on the floor, so I'm trying to make some sense of them. Give me 1 sec while I see that everybody joins again. I literally dropped everything on the floor. Okay. Okay. So let's go ahead and keep going with this final stretch of the training, where we're going to focus on the multisyllabic words and spelling rules specifically. So these these skills are not going to show up in your assignments for certification purposes until month 4. Remember, the first 3 months are going to be phonics based. So this is a few months into the future, but if you teach 3rd grade and above, especially also if you do middle school and high school, this is going to be very useful for you, and you might want to start implementing that with your students while you still send the other lesson plans along with the monthly requirements. But let me go ahead and share my screen with you guys. And I'm still going through this, the handout, the professional development handout that, remember I said, goes step by step through the software components. So for Max Words, which is another one of the core programs of Max Scholar, there's different modules. There's 8 different modules that are built into it. One of the teacher manuals and student workbooks that you have are the ones that I told you to put on the side initially because we were going to use in the afternoon. And it's these 2. This one is your teacher manual for Clover. And this one is your student's workbook for Clover. Both of them, Clover is module 1 of the Max Words program. So let me go back to the handout where I have the 8 modules. So the teacher manual and the student workbook that you have is the one that goes along with the first module of the Max Words software program. There's another set of modules, the next one being spelling rules, for which you have an introduction in the Clover teacher manual, but you don't have an actual full teacher manual for spelling rules or the other ones. Those are above level 1. This course is for level 1. So we kind of ended at the Clover. However, you do have the software access on your account and on your student account, and you can access all of those additional modules even if you don't have the teacher manual and even if you don't have the student's workbook. So my point being that if you have students that are at those levels, you can still access the content. You just won't have the teacher manual to go along with it. But I want to show you a little bit of how it looks like on the software, and then we'll make our way back to the teacher manual. So we're going to do it kind of the opposite way from how we did phonics. On phonics, I started with the teacher manual and then I did the software. This time we're going to do it the opposite. We're going to do the software first, and then we're going to do the offline instruction, guided instruction, and the teacher manual. So I see there's some people still joining. I think I have everybody back now. All right, so the first thing that I want to talk about is, in general, how do I access Max Words and how do I know where to start in Max Words? And the reality is that we don't have a placement test for it. We always recommend the student starts at the beginning being Clover, and then the way that the icons are set up on the screen is that they go up in level of difficulty. So we always start at Clover, then move on to spelling rules, then to beginning prefixes, etc., etc. And students are able to go through the lessons as they demonstrate proficiency. Remember, in phonics, we were talking about mastery, which is getting all of the questions right in those little quizzes that they get. In reading, we were talking about progress, which is demonstrated by getting good scores of 75% or higher. Same thing goes for Max Words. I need good scores of 75% or higher in order to demonstrate progress. Now, each of the modules in Max Words has different levels, different subsections. So every module is like its own world. Remember, for the purposes of this training, we're going to focus on Clover specifically, but keep in mind, like I said, that there's a lot more content. Every module has a lot more content within it. So I recommend that if you think that those will be appropriate for your students to use with your students, you venture into those to see what they're about. On our time together, we're going to focus on Clover specifically. So I'm going to go into my account once again. You don't have to log in just yet. I will have you log in just a couple minutes. And I'll make my way back to my Max so I can enter Max Words. These are the 8 modules that I said we would have access to. From students' perspective, you can also select which of the modules you want the student on. So if you want to lock them out of certain things, you can. But again, we're logged in as teachers, so we have access to everything. And I'm going to go ahead and click on Clover. Clover is where I learn about syllabication, syllable types, and different rules. Keep in mind that there's always exceptions to the rules. Also, when we get to spelling rules, there's exceptions to the rules, but it is important to generalize and know the key factors that will be reproduced for the most part, that we will encounter for the most part as we try to see multisyllabic words and split these words into syllables. So it is important that we don't only learn the phonics-based parts of identifying a letter and how it connects to a sound and how that becomes words, but also the opposite. Once I have a multisyllabic word, am I able to deconstruct it so that I can identify the little bits and pieces, syllables, and the different sounds that are in each of those syllables? Those things are all important because as I'm a student and I go through my reading journey, at some point, I'm always going to bump into words that I don't know what they are. Multisyllabic words, words that I maybe read, maybe can read, but I don't know what the definition is. And having the ability to take an unknown word and identify the bits and parts of it that I am familiar with is already half of the battle. So it is important that students learn about this syllable types, about the syllabication rules, because it would help them also lead the way into expanding their vocabulary by thousands of words when we start bringing into the table prefixes, suffixes, and roots. But the very basic concept that we need to understand first at this point is the syllabication. So in the Clover module, there's 6 different subsections. Each of them is one of the letters in the word Clover. Each of them stands for a different type of syllable. C is closed syllables. Those are the ones that have a short vowel sound surrounded by consonants. For example, cat, pet. The L stands for the consonant LE. Those are final syllables, meaning they're at the end of a word and they're easily recognized because they end with a consonant followed by the letters LE, such as apple, table. O stands for open syllables. Open syllables always end in a long vowel sound, meaning the vowel says its own name. Then we have vowel teens. That's where we have letters. It can be 2 vowels, or it can be vowels and consonants combined that make a vowel sound. For example, EA, EI, IGH, making the sound I. Then we have the E, which stands for vowel consonant E or silent E, magic E. It's called differently in different places. That's when the E is at the end of a word, the silent E is at the end of a word, and it makes the previous vowel sound long. And then the R is the R-controlled syllables or R-controlled sounds. That is when the R is after a vowel and it affects the sound that that vowel makes. For example, AR, it can be far, or it can be parrot, both of those different sounds, and there are of different sounds of the A, I meant to say, and both of them are affected by the R that follows that A. So for every section, for every syllable type, there's going to be different types and different amounts of exercises. I'm going to show you a few. I'm going to have you do a few on your end as well. But I wanted to point out that the C, L, O, and E are going to be pretty similar in that I'm going to learn the syllable type, I'm going to learn the syllabication rule, and I'm going to have some exercises. Then the V and the R are a little bit different because it's not so much of learning a rule, it's just exposure to the different vowel teams that there are. So it's not like there's a rule for it, there's not a syllable division pattern that I need to remember. It's just exposure to the fact that these different letter combinations make the long A sound or the long E sound, etc. And in Clover, I don't necessarily have to go in order, meaning I don't have to start with the C and follow with the L and then do the O. In fact, your students are probably going to encounter vowel teams way before they need to worry about anything else on the screen. So you might want to start with the V, and then you might want to start with the R and then continue with the silent E. You don't have to go in order. I'm going to go in order, but you don't have to. So we'll start with the C. That is closed syllables. And like I mentioned before, a closed syllable always has a short vowel sound that is surrounded by one or more consonants. The consonant is like a gate closing in that vowel. I'm going to hit start now. And I see once again the definition. I see some examples: cat, lead, pet, rod, tin, fun, all of those short vowels surrounded by consonants. And here I have the syllable division rule. Remember at the very beginning, we were saying that we can clap out the syllables, and I said we might not be clapping at the right place, but at least we know how many syllables we're clapping. So here is where we learn where the clap goes, where the division goes. So when we're talking about closed syllables that are next to each other, so I'm going to see that they're short vowels surrounded by consonants, the division is between the consonants that separate those vowels. So if I have the word trumpet, I know that the U is a short vowel sound surrounded by consonants. The E is a short vowel sound surrounded by consonants. So the consonants that separate those vowels are the M and the P. Therefore, the split will be between the M and the P. Trumpet. You'll see that pattern of VC, split, CV. Vowel consonant, split, consonant, vowel. And then we have different examples, all of them following that same pattern of VC, CV. The split is between the consonants that separate the vowels. Trumpet, selfish, mental, dentist. And now we have different exercises that we can do. We're gonna do some of these together. So I'm gonna call you guys again by name. Be ready with your unmute button for when I call your name. And I'm gonna start with the webcam people again. So Alicia, what we need to do here, by the way, just for everybody, we're gonna get a word. We need to choose the right syllabication. So as a reminder, we're gonna look for the split to be between the consonants that separate the vowels. So Alicia, how do I properly split the word public into syllables?
The last one.
Correct. And as you answer things, as a student answers things, they'll get whether the question or the answer is correct or incorrect. And I have Karishma already volunteering to answer this one on the chat. So I'm gonna go with the middle one. Sherilyn, you're next. And I feel like I say your name differently every time. Hopefully it's close to what it is. So for magnet, which one should I choose? First, second, or third? You got frozen there for a minute, but there you
Yeah,
go.
sorry. The middle one.
All right. I'm gonna do the next one incorrectly just so you see how it happens. What happens, sorry. And this one, actually, it's a good one because this is one of the misleading ones. If I tell you to just clap out the word sudden, or at least the way that I do it is I do sudden. That if I do it in slow motion, I would do sudden, which is the incorrect syllabication of that word. The split goes between the consonants that separate the vowels. So I'm going to answer incorrectly, and I'm going to see that this was the correct answer at the end. Let's go with Heather. Heather, combat, what's the right syllabication there?
The second one.
All right, Liz, you're next.
Sorry, the first one.
First one. Danielle, you're next.
The third one.
Third one. Michael, you're next.
The third one.
All right. And I'm gonna do this one, admit. And here, I kind of want to make the connection to something that I said when we were mentioning the principles of the Orton-Gillingham, where you have different types of learners, and you take different neural pathways to the brain, and you have some students that are more tactile, more visual, more auditory. Me, I'm more of a visual person. So I'm not even reading the words at this point, or I'm not reading the syllables. I'm just looking at the split and I see, are the letters around it consonants? That's what I'm choosing. So you'll have that in students too. You have students that have different shortcuts that they take, but it is important that I know the logic behind the shortcut. So I understood what the rule was, therefore I see what's the best way for me as my own type of learner to remember this rule. I know that around the split, there should be consonants. So that's what I'm looking for. You'll have students that will need to clap it out. You'll have students that will need to write the word down, code each of the sounds, and then choose which one. So the goal with this training and in general with you understanding Orton-Gillingham and the Max Scholar program is that you get familiarized enough with these steps that you can adapt them to the student in front of you. If you have a more visual learner, you're going to do things that are more visual. If you have a more tactile learner, you're going to have more things that they need to touch. Maybe you're going to put different syllables on different cards and you're going to have them tap them and blend them together that way. Again, it's all about, this one is wrong, understanding the steps so that then you can adapt it to your students, their needs, and their struggle areas as well. So I just want to go through all these to get a final score. If I skip it, I'm not going to get a score, although I could skip it. I have the button here, but I'm actually going to get through them. This is another one of the misleading ones. All those double consonants are a little bit, they sound one way if you clap them out, but if you follow the rule, it's different. So here we get to a different type of exercise, still dealing with closed syllables. Now I need to complete words. So I choose from the drop down, contest, magnet, public. I get my score. I'm going to do a few of this. For every type of exercise, there's a few rounds for each of them. And these are all randomized. So if you went into your account, you would probably get different words than me. I think that's the last one here. Oh, not yet. Okay, now we have a different type of exercise. This time I'm still completing words, but this time I am looking at context clues as well. And yes, Lauren, only teachers have the skip button. Students have to complete it. Right now I'm pretending as if I'm a student and I'm not skipping because I want to get my full score, because in order to move through different lessons and access review exercises, I need scores. Remember, I mentioned that on the phonics as well. If I don't have scores, I'm not allowed to move on. So that's why I'm not skipping it, because I want to be able to show you the different exercises. I think this one is just 2 rounds of this one. And here initially it was just the last syllable that I was looking for. Now it can be the first or the last one. So even though it looks pretty similar, we do mix it up with the types of exercises. And then this would be the last exercise for the closed syllables, which is a fluency exercise. Similar to what we saw in the phonics, where I want the students to read as many words as possible in those 60 seconds. Here it's going to be a little bit more challenging because it's all multisyllabic words. I do have the read aloud function that can read the words for me. And like I said, the students will be continuously reading for 60 seconds. If they read everything and they still have time on the clock, they would start over again from the top. And here, what you might encounter is that you and your students get to the screen, but your students don't know what half of these words mean. So here is where you have an opportunity to really merge the online and the offline instruction. Because on the lesson plan, on the guided instruction version of this, which you have a lesson plan for that I sent you as an attachment on my original email, we'll go through that in a minute. You have different steps that you can incorporate vocabulary work into, and you have some suggested additional exercises that you can add to your lesson, which work on building and improving vocabulary. So the software focuses on the students learning the rule. It doesn't really focus on the students knowing these particular words. That's where you have to complement a little bit with your guided instruction. For the phonics program, for example, when we saw it, maybe that's my personal opinion, but I feel like every one of the components that we have can pretty much stand alone on its own. Like you can do just the software, you can do just the lesson plan, and you can do just the workbook, because they all follow the same full structure of the lesson plan, and each version has a little bit of an extra step or an extra thing. When it comes to reading, it's mostly on the software. When it comes to MaxWords, you definitely need to incorporate both the online and the offline, because otherwise your students are going to be lacking in a little bit. In this case, they could be lacking on the understanding of the vocabulary. Whereas if you just do the offline direct instruction, then they might be missing out on some of the interactive features of the software. So I'm going to do another section on the software, and then I'm going to tie it into the offline lesson plan. We're going to do a little exercise, and we'll take it from there. So go ahead and log into your account if you're not logged in yet. I'm going to have you do one of the one of the syllable types, sorry. And here I just wanted to show you, if you look at my screen for a second, I finished the C, the closed syllable, so I got a score. Every type of exercise is taken into account for my score. And like I said, I need a 75% or higher in order to move on. So I'll do the L section now, and then I'm going to have access to the review if I get a good score. And notice this little circle arrow. I could redo the section if I need to improve my score. So if you're logged in, go to MyMax once again. We want to be on the student site. and go into Max Words. This time, I'm going to have you go into Clover, and I want you to click on the letter L. The L is the consonant LE section. And I'm going to go through it on my screen, but I want you to go through it on your screen as well. Don't skip the exercises. Go through every screen. At the end, we're going to have another little type of quiz. So you're going to need the information. By the way, when you get to the countdown exercise, just start the timer and let it run out of time. Okay, on my end, the timer ran out. I'm gonna give it 30 more seconds in case yours hasn't. So once the time runs out on the countdown, that's where you can continue. So click done, and you should get your score for all of your exercises. Hopefully you did well, more than 75%. And if you look at my screen, you guys haven't done the C, you just did the L section. On my end, I finished both of those. So notice how now the button for review 1 is in a different color. That means that I can access it, and I can access it because I got a good score on those 2 sections. Once I finish the O and the V with a good score, I can do review 2. And once I finish the E and the R with a good score, I can do review 3. And once I do all of the reviews with a good score, I can do the final review. Let me show you what the review looks like. Pretty much it's mixing up those 2 types of syllables that we just saw. So I'm gonna get a list of words, and I need to choose whether I see closed syllables or consonant LE syllables. On the instructions, I'll always be told which syllable I need to focus on, because obviously I might have a word that has more than 1 syllable type. So in this case, for this first review, I need to focus on the last syllable of the word. So I'm just going to do it really quickly. These are easier to identify because they always end with the LE. And then I have some closed syllables there. And that's that. So that would allow me to continue to the next section. Remember, however, that you don't have to go in order. So you can do the V first, and then the R, and then go back to the E. Just know that the review is not going to become enabled until you finish the 2 sections that are on the top of that review button. So like I said, the rest, the C, L, O, and E sections are very similar to one another in that I need to learn about the syllable type. I need to learn about the syllable division rule and apply what I learned. When it comes to the V and the R, I mentioned those sections are a little bit different. I just want to show you what I meant. You have all these different letter combinations that all make a long A sound. There's no particular rule here. There's no particular syllabication that I need to learn. Usually the vowel team is always on the same, on one syllable. So all I need to know is that sometimes the letters E, I make the sound A, as in rain, vein, beige, rain, veil. So it's more about letter and sound exposure than anything. After this, the fluency drill, I would just move on to seeing which words are spelled correctly. Then I would have some sentence work, and then I go to the next type of vowel team, or to the next section of the vowel team. So there's no rules to remember here. But that's also the fact that there's no rules there, and there are rules on the 2 sections that I showed you, which are the C and the L. That was also on purpose, because those are some of the lesson plans that you need to submit with your assignments for month 4. So let me quickly go back to the list of assignments. I think I closed. No, this is the homework. Yeah, let me just open up the requirements for certification is what I'm looking for, so that I can refer to those specific month and lesson plans. Okay, here it is. So remember, months 1, 2, and 3 have to do with phonics. Then for month 4 and 5, we deal with Clover. Then months 6 and 7 have to do with spelling rules. But back to here. The first 2 lesson plans that you need to do for Clover are going to be the first 2 that we just talked about, the closed syllables and the consonant LE. Then you'll do one for open syllables and one for the magic E, or vowel consonant E. And then for the following month, you'll do 2 types of vowel teams and another lesson for the R-controlled syllables. So let's talk about what that lesson plan will look like, how I fill it out, what materials I use, just like we did with the phonics. I'm going to close that, don't need it anymore. I'm going to now refer to the other lesson plan that I emailed you, which is this one, the Max Scholar Multisyllabic Words Lesson Plan. So go ahead and locate that for me while I keep trying to organize all the cards that I dropped on the floor, because I'm going to need them to show you what I'm about to show you. Okay, I did it. Okay, so for the lesson plan, this time we have 7 steps that are built into the lesson. And I say that are built into the lesson because we can always add additional exercises. We're never going to tell you that that's enough drill and practice for the students. You should not more. You should always add more. But we start with the basic 7 steps. If you see the titles or the names of those steps, you'll see that we're familiar with those from the phonics program. The visual, the tactile, the auditory, the sound blending, the fluency, spelling, dictation, and SOS, sentence dictation and the COP strategy, and max reading, which we just worked on. So remember, this is still Orton Gillingham. Remember, we're still going to go through those multi-sensory components, but at this point, we are past the basic phonics. So we're not going to be dealing with letters and sounds. We're going to be dealing with concepts. We're going to be dealing with rules that we need to remember. So even though the names of the steps are the same, they look a little bit different in the actual practice because we're dealing with higher levels of skills. So let's go step by step so we understand what is involved in each of those steps. The handout itself is also pretty similar to the one that we saw in the phonics, in that the first page shows you the steps. The following pages shows you what a lesson plan looks like when it's filled in. So this is a sample lesson. And then towards the end, you have an empty template that you can use to write your own lesson. So let's focus on the first page first. And specifically on the visual drill. I'm going to read the instructions and then elaborate a little bit. It says, introduce the relevant skill for the lesson. In this case, we're talking about Clover. So we will be talking about syllable types. That's the wording that I'll use. So I'm going to introduce a syllable type by name, along with its definition or meaning. You will use index cards to make this introduction while showing them the index cards to the students. You should use several more index cards to expose the students to words that are relevant for the skill. We'll round back to this. I'll show you my cards that I had dropped on the floor so that you know how I make my visual cards and what is included on each of them. Step 2 is the auditory tactile drill. This time we're going to give the students 5 to 10 words, depending on how much they can deal with, which are relevant for the skill taught. In this case, it would be a syllable type. Let's focus on the closed syllables. I'm going to use that word. So I'm going to give 5 to 10 words to the students that have closed syllables. They will trace them on a surface. Remember, we have the paper plate with a salt, the Ziploc bag with paint or whatever it is, my plastic canvas where I can just have my students run their fingers through. Anything that's tactile works. And then we're going to have them write it on paper. So it's auditory because they hear the word, and it's tactile because they trace it on some sort of surface. Then we have the sound blending. We're going to give 5 to 10 more words. I suggest different words to the students which have closed syllables. This time they will split the word into syllables or tap out the sounds in the words. And they should also write them down, syllabicate them, and code them on paper. So you'll see that the steps, the title is the same, but the actual application of the step is a lot more complicated than what we were doing before in the phonics. And you'll notice that there's a lot of openness, if you will. Introduce the relevant skill for the lesson. Gives words that are relevant for the skill taught. That is because this lesson plan can also be adapted to different modules. So this lesson plan is for Clover. This lesson plan is for spelling rules. This lesson plan is actually for any of the modules in the MaxWords program. So remember I said we're not going to see Latin roots today, for example. But if I wanted to do Latin roots, I would use this same template. What you would change is, again, the wording of what you're covering at each point. And even within the steps, you might have to adjust it a little bit. For example, on the sound blending, when we ask the students to either split words into syllables or tap out the sounds, if I'm dealing, let's say that I'm doing a lesson plan for a vowel team, I'm not going to tap out the sounds because that's not going to make the right sound of the vowel team. The vowel team is like its own unit. So you would adapt that step to the skill at hand. Danielle asked, what does it mean by code them under the sound blending part? I'm going to show you one of my cards to answer your question. This is what it means. That when they're writing the word down, velvet, they code if it's a consonant or vowel, because that's going to then eventually help them split the words into syllables in the right place. So that's the sound blending. Then we get to the fluency. Here, it is pretty similar to the phonics. Nothing changes. We have a list of words that we have the students read for 60 seconds nonstop. And then at the end, we're going to give them a score with how many words they read correctly. Then we have the word dictation, similar again to what we saw in the phonics. And what we wrote is that you can choose any 10 words used in the previous steps, because at this point, you're not going to use nonsense words. Here on this, on the MaxWords component, you are just using real words. So you can use any of the words that you put in this lesson, and you're going to dictate them to the student. We want to do the SOS. Remember, the SOS is the simultaneous oral spelling, where I'm going to say the word, the students repeat the word, I ask how many sounds are heard, and then they tap them, and then they write them down. Then we have the sentence dictation and the COPS. Sentence dictation, again, the sentences are not anywhere. You come up with them based on the words that you've used in this lesson, based on the syllable type that you're going over, and you're going to dictate them. The student says the sentence back to you, identifies how many words, and then writes the sentence. Once they write the sentence and before they submit it to you, they check for the COPS. The COPS stands for capitalization, organization, punctuation, and spelling. And then the last step here is max reading. It's titled max reading, but really it is pretty much applying what we learned into text. So an easy way that you can kind of do it is going into a max reading story. Now, we don't have a straight one-to-one correlation that tells you, okay, if you're doing closed syllables, this is a max reading chapter that you should look into. So the way that we go about it is going to max reading and do all the exercises that are already built into it, you know, highlighting, doing the outline, answering the reading comprehension questions, but you can incorporate this with the MaxWords by adding an additional exercise. For example, write down a list of all the words that have closed syllables, code them and split them into syllables. You know, underline all the words that have closed syllables that you don't know their meaning and go up into a dictionary and find their meaning. So that's how you can kind of incorporate them, the MaxWords and the max reading together, even though there isn't a specific story for closed syllables or a specific story for consonant LE. And then at the bottom, and I do see a question, Michael, I'm just going to finish with this page. We do have additional exercises that you can add, one of which I mentioned, working on new vocabulary words. What I just said when reading a text, underline underline the words that have a specific sound or a specific syllable type that you're working with. If you have the workbooks, do the relevant pages of it. On the material section of the dashboard, you might have supporting materials that you can print out. In fact, let me refer to those now. That's the wrong screen here. So here on the materials, remember you have a section for phonics, a section for reading, and a section for MaxWords. So here you have the lesson plan template, the same file that I emailed you. You can download it from here. And then you have additional supporting materials for each of the modules. For example, here on Clover, all of the words that you could use for your lesson plan, for your worksheets, for your fluency, you can just take this and use it to fill in your lesson plan with. You don't have to go out of your way to find words. You can have them all found here. This is a consonant LE, open syllables, etc. And Michael asked, what's the largest group of students you would recommend doing this with at one time? For this part, I would probably recommend small group is better. I would say 5 to 10, not more than that. Yeah. Of course, when you're doing less students, you're able to pace it out a little bit more. When it's more students, you have to take into account that some are going to know the meaning of the words that you're talking about, some are not. So you might have to be a little bit more creative as to how you work with those 10 students. Meaning, and I think I mentioned this before with the phonics, that you might want to do a rotational model where you have, 10 minutes the students are with you working on some part of the lesson plan, 10 minutes the students are working independently on their computer, and 10 minutes the students are working on these worksheets that you printed out from the dashboard, and then they rotate. So 10 minutes on each station, you have your 30-minute block. And that might allow you to kind of address pacing and different levels while still working in small group. So back to the lesson plan, those are the basic steps. Now, if we see a sample of what that lesson plan looks like, I have the consonant LE, and those I did not retrieve from the floor, so they're somewhere. But this is what the lesson plan would look like. Before I start any new lesson, I always review the previous lesson taught. If we remember from the phonics, remember I mentioned the 3-part drill. That would be a good part or a good strategy to do a review. So before you start, let's say with the second group of sounds, which is SRCKE, I would do the 3-part drill for the PFNTA. Same logic happens here. If I'm doing the consonant LE and the previous lesson, the previous syllable type that I learned was the closed syllables, I'm going to do a quick review of the closed syllables before I start with the consonant LE. So the review can look something like this. Some of the words covered last session were plastic, magnet, velvet, casket, picnic, public. The students will syllabicate each word and tap out the sounds in each syllable. So instead of the 3-part drill, I'm just doing a quick blending and tapping exercise for my students to review the previous lesson. And then we have the actual steps and what they look like when you write them down on the lesson plan. All of these boxes, by the way, would represent an index card. Okay, so this would be the front of my card with the type of syllable. I have the closed syllables here. The back is what the syllable type stands for. Then you're always going to have a card for the syllable division rule, which for closed syllables looks like this. The syllable division rule. These words down here would still be part of step 1. Remember, step 1 is the visual drill. And if you go back to the first page that says the instructions, it says that you're going to use index cards to introduce the skill or the syllable type by name, by definition, and then you're going to use several more cards to expose students to words that have that syllable type. So that's what we're doing here. And then the following steps, you're just going to write the words that you're going to have the students trace, that you're going to have the students tap and blend, that you're going to have the students read on the fluency, etc., etc., etc. So you have a sample of what that looks like. And at the end, let's go ahead and write our lesson plan together. So I want you to use the empty template, the last few pages of this template. Remember, it's fine to write on it because you can download additional copies from the site. And if you have it on the computer, you can just go ahead and type into it. And we're going to start with the lesson. We're not going to write the whole entire thing. We're going to start with the lesson for the closed syllables. So if you have your index cards and your black Sharpie, bring it over. We're going to do some of the cards. We're not going to do all of the lesson. because remember, that's gonna be your assignment for month 4, but I'm getting you started on it. So take about, and I would say 5 index cards. And let's actually start writing on our lesson first. Let's assume that this is the first lesson plan that I'm doing for syllable types. So I'm going to ignore the review section. We're not going to review anything right now. Let's go straight into step 1, which is the visual drill. Notice that here I have the front of the card, the back of the card, and what it would say, right? So on the front of the first card, and on the first box that I have, I'm going to write the syllable type that I'm about to go through, which is closed syllables. Okay, so in the back of the card, or what I did, because it was running through, it was bleeding through, so I just pasted 2 cards together. But on the back of the card, I have what a closed syllable is. You can use different wording. I kind of summarized it and I put short vowels surrounded by consonants. So you write that on your lesson plan as well, and you make a card for it. Short vowel surrounded by consonants. Now, for the other big cards means that it's attention, it's a concept. So for the second card, we're gonna do, the second big card, we're gonna do the syllable division rule. Now, I did this a while ago and then I ended up not liking it, but I never changed it. So what I did is I put syllable division rule on the front and then this in the back. But lately what I've been doing is what I'm about to do on my screen. I do on the front the visual illustration of what the rule is, which is VC, CV, right? The split is between the consonants that separate the vowels. And on the back, I explain with words what that means. So the split is between the consonants that separate the vowels. And you can word it a little bit differently. You can have your students make their own cards so that they can review them themselves, and they might also want to rephrase or paraphrase things. So we have our definition cards and our definition section of our lesson plan. Closed syllables are short vowels surrounded by consonants. The syllable division rule is VC split CV, which means that the split is between the consonants that separate the vowels. And now for the 8 little boxes that I have down here, what I'm going to do is use or give the students examples of closed syllables. And this is where you'll start playing around with your students' skill set and levels. Meaning, if you need to stick to 1-syllable words, then you will. If you need to do a few 1-syllable words and then you can advance to the multi-syllabic words, then so be it. If you want examples of which words you can use, I'm going to go ahead and pull up on my screen from the material section, the fluency words for the closed syllables, which are right here. So you can use any of these words on your lesson plan. You can just write 4 and make 4 cards for the words that you write. magnet, so public magnet, basket. Okay, so far we should have on our lesson plan, the first few boxes filled in, and we should have for everything that we wrote in a box, we should have an index card, okay? Those are your cards that you're gonna use for the visual drill when introducing closed syllables. Let me show you really quickly what my cards look like. I did add more, so I have more cards. You'll do these along the way. So I'm gonna introduce my students to closed syllables. Closed syllables have a short vowel surrounded by consonants. For example, cat. That's my short vowel surrounded by consonants. Pet, short vowel surrounded by consonants. And if you prefer to do a PowerPoint presentation instead of cards, that's fine. I have both formats. Then I have lid. Here's where the coding comes into play, Danielle, because at this point, it doesn't mean much. It's just identifying what's a consonant and what's a vowel. But when we get to the syllable division rule, that's where it's going to become handy. So here I have lid, which is a consonant, vowel, consonant. That's a short vowel. So I know that that's a closed syllable word. And then I have multisyllabic words, public. That it's a short U surrounded by consonants, short I surrounded by consonants. Catnip, short vowel surrounded by consonants here, short vowel surrounded by consonants here. So I start seeing that I can have more than one syllable type, right, in one word. And here is where I do the coding, or where it becomes more meaningful. When I have the word velvet and I see vowel surrounded by consonants, vowel surrounded by consonants. And here's where I introduce the syllable division rule. You can change the order of your cards. I like doing it that way, where I do the definition of what a closed syllable is. I show you a few one syllable words. I show you a few multisyllabic words, and then I introduce the syllable division rule, which looks like this. The division is between the consonants that separate the vowels, such as napkin. These are the consonants that separate those vowels. If I clap it out, napkin. Basket. I did the coding here, so if I'm just following this format, I know that I'm looking for the VC, sorry, CV, and the split would go right about here. So I would have basket. Sometimes I give my students the syllabication. I ask them, why did I syllabicate like this? Because you're separating the consonants that are separating those vowels. So notice that my cards look different from one another. Sometimes I split it, sometimes I code it, sometimes I give them the answer, sometimes I don't do anything. And I ask them to do it. Split the word for me, code it for me, why are you splitting it that way, etc., etc. It's important that they don't just memorize this, but that they're able to explain it. What does this mean? If I tell you what is a closed syllable, you should be able to explain it to me. And this is all, yes, Michael, this is all part of the visual drill. Take it as a sort of introduction. So this is all part of the introduction to the syllable type. And like I said, I have the same thing for every syllable type. I have my deck of Clover cards here. I've made them along the way. These pink ones are the vowel team, sorry. And then I have all the other ones, including the consonant LE, but that's the one that fell on the floor and I don't know where it went. But the idea is the same. We don't have a pre-made deck of cards for the vowel team, the syllable types, because remember, you might have to simplify it or you might have to make it a little bit more challenging. So we don't have a pre-made set. We just want to be familiar enough with the steps that we can adapt it when we need. And then we're going to have steps 2, 3, and 5 that are going to use different words for different skills and different exercises and different purposes, but it's all going to be words that have closed syllables. Step 4, I skipped because it's the fluency. Remember, for the fluency, I always need a student that I can work with so I can time them and give them a score. So let's go ahead and write 3 words on each of these boxes. This time, you don't have to make index cards. Your index cards are just for your step number 1. Here on the auditory tactile drill, we want the students to trace those letters. On the sound blending drill, we want them to split the word into syllables and tap out the sounds in the word. And on step 5, we want them to just simply write the word. So I'm going to bring the list of words here once again. Just write 3 words on each of those steps. So 3 words for step 2, 3 words for step 3, and 3 words for step 5. You're not going to do anything with step 4. Yeah, I recommend doing new words each time because that also allows you to bring vocabulary into the table. I have some vocabulary cards here that I'll mention what they are. But I usually, yes, suggest doing new words. Too far. And then if you finished writing your words, you can skip to step 6, which is the sentence dictation, and just write 2 sentences that use some of the words that you've used in this lesson. So any of the words that you've used in steps 5, 3, or 2. All right, so at this point, you hopefully were able to fill in the first few boxes and make index cards for each of these for your visual drill. For step 2, you wrote at least 3 words. For step 3, you wrote at least 3 words. For the fluency, you left it empty. And then for step 5, you wrote 3 words as well. Remember, although you're going to be using words with closed syllables on each of those, the actual exercise that you do is a little bit different each time. And Heather asked, when we hand in the lesson plan, is it handed in before or after the student's fluency is complete? Usually you'll turn it in before, because like I said, you might have a student now, you might not have a student that you're able to cover that section with right now, but we do want to receive the lesson plan so that we can at least give you feedback. And when you do have the student, then your lesson plan will look the best case scenario that it can look. All right, so now that we went through that, remember that this lesson plan still needs to be completed. You're going to do it for your month 4 assignment, for your submission of month 4's lesson plans. But what I want to do is show you a different sort of strategy or trick that you can use to split words into syllables. And that's actually how your teacher manual is presented. So the way that we just went through the Clover or certain Clover components with this lesson plan is how it's presented in the software and how it's also presented on the student's workbook. But then you have your teacher manual that gives you a different sort of strategy, a different sort of insight. And I want to cover that. I do have a PowerPoint presentation, but you'll see that if you flip through the pages of your teacher manual, this is what it actually looks like. So let me bring it over here. That's not the right slide. Give me a moment. Okay, that's what it is. So we have the Clover. Remember, the Clover is just a play on words. You don't have to go in that order, but pretty much what we learn here is the syllable division rules. And in this specific version, the syllable division patterns. So the syllabication is all about breaking down the big words. Remember, I said I'm going to bump into words that I've never seen before. They're long. I don't know what they mean. But if I'm able to split this big words into syllables, it's half the battle. I'm already halfway there. So even though multisyllabic words can be difficult for students, there is a system that we can follow. Not only these rules that we were briefly going through, but also a system that we can follow. And again, there's exceptions to every rule, but generalization is key. We need to master those generalized notions because those are the ones that we're going to bump into the most or more frequently. So there's different syllable patterns. This one being the most common that we'll find in words. BC, CV. And we have the different syllable types that we had been talking about. The closed syllables, we have a short vowel surrounded by consonants. The vowel T, sorry, the consonant LE that ends with a consonant and an LE. The word ends with a consonant and LE. The open syllables which end in a long vowel sound. The vowel teams, which is a letter combination or a combination of letters that make a vowel sound. The silent E, which is that magic E that is silent but makes a previous vowel long. And the R-controlled syllables or R-controlled sounds, which is always where the R follows after a vowel and changes or affects the vowel that that vowel makes. It's called bossy R as well, which is all in the Clover module. Now, this is a trick, a procedure, the system that you can also use or that you can teach your students to use when splitting words into syllables. And again, we're going to generalize here. We're not looking at the rules first and applying them later. We're just going by a sequence of 6 steps that I'm about to go through. It's going to look confusing initially, but then you're going to see that it's very easy. So the first thing we do is we're going to label the consonants or the first, let me go back. We're going to label the first 2 vowels of the word. Then we're going to connect the vowels with a bridge or a line. Then we're going to label the consonants below that bridge. Then we're going to choose the syllable pattern. We're going to split between the syllables, and then we're going to label or choose the syllable type. That sounded all very confusing, so let me repeat it again. We're going to label the first 2 vowels. We're going to build a bridge between those vowels, and we're going to label the consonants under that bridge. Then we're going to identify the syllable pattern. We're going to split the syllables based on that pattern, and then we're going to select the syllable types. Still confusing, so let me show you what it actually looks like with a word. By the way, if there's more syllables, more vowels, for example, after this, you'll repeat the same steps. Let's see what it looks like. I have the word magnet. If I went through my closed syllables lesson, I know that those are closed syllables. I know that the syllable division looks like this. So I know that I need to do magnet. Okay, let's say that I don't know that. And I'm doing my 6 steps instead that I just mentioned. So I'm going to label the first 2 vowels. There's one vowel, there's another one. I'm going to build a bridge or a line between those vowels. There it is. I'm going to now label the consonants under that bridge. Consonant 1, consonant 2. Then I'm going to identify the syllable pattern. Remember I said this is the most common pattern, VC, CV. Therefore, the split would go right here. Now I can identify what vowels I have on each side of my split. Mag is closed. Net is closed as well. So it's a lot simpler when you actually see it in the word as opposed to just reading the steps. Let's do another one. Cash box. I'm going to label the first 2 vowels. Vowel 1, vowel 2. I'm going to build a bridge or trace a line. Then I'm going to identify the consonants. Now in this case, the digraph formed by the letters SH would be considered a consonant. Blends are also considered a consonant. So I have a consonant here, consonant there. I see the same pattern once again. So the split will be right there. Cash is closed. Box is closed. Now let's see what happens when different syllable times come into play. Let's choose this one. Classmate. I have first vowel, second vowel. I'm going to trace the bridge or the line. I have a digraph, so that's going to be consonant. The M is another consonant. I have that syllable pattern again. And again, this is not going to be able to be applied on every single word in the world, but this is the most common syllable pattern that there will be. So you will encounter it a lot. The split is right there. Class is closed. Mate is magic E or silent E. That final E does not make a sound and the previous vowel is long. Let's do another one. This one. This time I'm going to have to do the 6 steps a couple of times because I have more than just 2 syllables. So I start with the first 2 vowels. Here's one, here's another. I do the bridge. I identify the consonants. There's my pattern once again. I'll do the split between the consonants there. And I can identify the first syllable type, which is closed, right? Now I have more letters to go. I'm going to have to start with the vowels once again. The first vowel in the rest of the word is identified. I'm going to do the next vowel, build a bridge between those. Consonants identified below that bridge. Same pattern once again. Do the split. Second type of syllable is also closed. Last type of syllable in the word is a silent E. Compensate. Maybe I didn't know what that word was. Maybe I didn't know how to pronounce it or how to split it into syllables. But by following those 6 steps, I am able to chunk it, focus on each particular one. I know that pen for sure, it's a closed syllable. I know that com for sure, it's a closed syllable. And I see sate at the end. I know that when there's a final E, the previous vowel is long. So even though I've never seen this word before, I don't know what it means, I was able to read it just because I know my syllable patterns and what those syllable patterns entail. Let's do a couple more and then we'll do a quick exercise together and then we'll be done. Danielle, do you code the silent E above that syllable? CL close. What is the code for silent E? Oh, sorry. Yes. Silent E. And the other ones are Let me see, actually. That's a good question. Okay, so for closed syllables, it's CL. For open syllables, we have OP. For silent E is SE. For vowel teams, it's VT. And for R controlled, it's RC. So it's pretty much the initials of the rest of them. Let's do another word where we can see those appearing. Chimpanzee. Vowel, vowel, bridge. Consonant, consonant, there's my pattern. Split. First vowel type is, first syllable type is closed. I'm gonna read you the steps. So first vowel is identified. A vowel team, like I said, will be considered a vowel. Do the bridge, consonant, consonant, pattern again, split. Second syllable type is also closed, even though it's one of those welded sounds. Remember the AN, the pan sound, but it's closer to a short vowel. And the last one is the vowel T. So that's where I set the code VT. Let's see. This one, and then I'll do one more. ER, that would be R controlled. R controlled is always where the R follows the E, not the other way, or I mean, follows the vowel, not the other way around. These codes, yes, they are on the teacher manual. That's why I wanted to show you this presentation, because the way that it's shown in the software and the student's workbook, it's the way that I showed you, like this, that you go through the explanations and you have the syllable division rule and so on. But the teacher manual focuses on this strategy instead of the syllable pattern and doing those codes. So your teacher manual will be like this. And the codes will be there. So the reason why I'm reinforcing what the R controlled sounds are is because, like I said, we're going to do a little quiz activity to wrap up in a minute. And I'm going to be asking you about all the different syllable types. So the R controlled, the R follows the vowel. It's not before the vowel, follows the vowel. But back to the 6 steps for here. Identify first vowel, second vowel. Remember, R controlled is considered a vowel in this case. We do the bridge, consonants below the bridge. There's my pattern, there's my split. Un is close. I'll do the steps again. Although I can already tell that the second syllable is R controlled, but let's see what's at the end. So I identify the next vowel, build a bridge, do the consonants. Here I have blends that, remember, will be considered consonants for this syllable pattern. And that's where I have the R controlled and the close. Stand, or the sound and, is another one of those glued sounds. The glued sounds, let me actually find the page because it's important that you look at them. It doesn't affect our purposes here, but there is a brief introduction to them on your teacher manual for Clover. I know that it's towards the end. Here. No. I know that there's a section for it. This is already going into the, and by the way, if you don't know what I'm flipping through, this is just the introduction to the spelling rules. Spelling rules is the next module in MaxWords. So this just mentions what those rules will look like. This is rule 1, rule 2, etc. I recommend that you go through the software for it because it has all the different steps, just like we saw with Clover, all the different steps for every syllable division rule. Let me see if I can just find it like this. Glued sounds, page 81. There we go. This is what I was looking for. So all of these are those peculiar sounds that are closest to a short vowel sound, but it's a glued sound because those letters, when those specific letters, when they're together, they always make that particular sound. So it's not fully short, it's definitely not long. It's just A-L-L, you know that it's O. A-M, it's always am. A-N, it's always an, etc., etc. So you have those two just keep in mind. Those are usually always on the same syllable. And your teacher manual, this one, like I said, just so you see some of the pages, just like the phonics ones, like I said, the first half will focus on the software, and about the second half of the teacher manual is where we see the offline instruction. So here we have the Clover, closed syllables, consonant LE, open, vowel teens, vowel consonant E, and R control. And see, when we get to the division, this is where it starts talking about the patterns and all of those things. So it's just in a lot more words. I like just showing it, but it's the same idea. This is combining what's on this PowerPoint that I was just showing you and what's in the software. So you have all the different syllable types, syllable division rules, etc., etc. Now, let's, and thank you, Michael. I didn't see that you had found the right page. So now that we've seen a lot of information, I want to do a quick exercise where I'm going to ask you to tell me what syllable types we're working with here. I have a list of words. This is also a quick drill that you can do with your students. So I'm just going to show you a word and I'm going to ask you what syllable type is this? And if there's more than one syllable type, which ones are there? And then after we do that, I'm going to spend about 2 more minutes to talk about the assignments again, so that I can share that with you and you have a more of a more clear timeline for that. And then I'll open the floor to see if there's any questions or comments. Marissa, is there an OG program that the scope and sequence of this program aligns with more? So we have our scope and sequence that is kind of adapted from the OG. Everything that I've mentioned exists, as in materials, handouts, anything. You can find all those here, by the way, on the material section under either documents or professional development. All of that will be there, including the scope and sequence, and including the list of assignments for certification, and including the outline that I was flipping through with the software components. Everything that I've pulled up, everything that I emailed you can also be found here. But the scope and sequence specifically will be under here. Right here. And it says software scope and sequence, but keep in mind that the software comes from the workbooks and the teacher manuals.
And what I meant more was like, does this align more with Wilson or Barton or like a specific program that would kind of align with it more?
So yes and no. The thing is that those are all OG based, as you know, but since it's a method and an approach that you kind of adapt to the way that you want to present it, there's not one that is fully aligned with. I know a lot of schools use Max Scholar and Wilson. I personally, I'm not saying that it doesn't exist. I personally haven't worked with schools that use Barton, but I have worked with a lot that use Wilson or are Wilson certified. And those are the ones that seem to work a little bit better. Although I know that, for example, for the phonics in Wilson, the order that they cover the letters is a little bit different.
Okay.
So usually when that is the case, that you have a program in place and you're using this as a supplement or the other way around, that's what you have to do. You have to choose which one's going to be the supplement so that you can then adapt the supplement to your core instruction. For example, Wilson, I think when they do the tactile instruction, I think they use different wording as well. So you don't want to confuse your students. If you're using Wilson, use the wording for Wilson, even if you're doing Max Scholar steps. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah. So there
Thank you.
aren't any two that are fully aligned. They all have a lot of similarities because they're all OG
Mhm.
based, but they all have their little intricacies. So
Thank you.
no problem. All right, so I'll go back to the requirements in a little bit. That's where I'm putting a pin on. But now I'm gonna do a quick exercise. I'm gonna keep this page here so that you remember what syllable types I would possibly be asking you about, and I'm gonna give you a quick review so that you have a better chance of answering correctly. Remember, closed syllables is when we have a short vowel surrounded by consonants. The consonant LE, we identify them because that is at the end of a word, and it is a consonant and followed by the letters LE. An open syllable is where the vowel says its own name. For example, if I have the word open, the O, open, is its own syllable, which is open, and pen, pen, the pen is closed. Vowel teams is when I have letter combinations that make a vowel sound. Usually I'll see two vowels together, but sometimes there's consonants as well. The E is vowel consonant E or silent E. That's when I have a silent E at the end and the previous vowel sound is long. And then the R controlled vowels, it's when the R or R controlled sounds, it's when the R is after the vowel and it affects the sound that that vowel makes. Having that said, I'm going to start going down the names, and this time I am going to call on every one of you because I have enough words. So make sure that you're ready with your unmute button. And I'm going to start, I think, is this in alphabetical order? Yes. I'm going to start with Alicia. Actually, should I start from the bottom? I think so, because I think when you unmute, you go to the top. So sorry, Alicia. Let's go with Weicker. I think that's the last name. Oh, you might not have a microphone from what I see. We have Danielle, but Danielle, wait, you're not up yet. I think Weicker doesn't have a microphone, so you were lucky. Skip to the next, Tracy Barton. Do I have you there? There you are. Okay, let's see. Okay.
Vowel consonant E.
Okay, because I have the final E, which makes the previous vowel sound long. This, by the way, when you're going over your cards, and I didn't show you all my cards, I'll show them to you as we do the follow-ups, but this is one that I usually fold to illustrate what the magic E is. This is cut, this is cute. So that magic E turned that short vowel into a long one. Thank you, Tracy. Next is going to be Sue.
Consonant LE.
Okay, that's for the end.
Closed
What about
syllable.
Very
Closed
good.
for the first.
So I have closed syllable and a consonant LE. Now we're gonna go to Miss Mingle. You're muted. I can try reading your lips though.
Oh, that's okay. Val team and LE.
Correct. Trouble. I have the consonant LE and that vowel team makes it easy to identify. Next is going to be Michael.
That's closed syllable, R controlled, R controlled.
Yep, that's correct. So this one, it looks like it's a closed syllable, but because we have that R and it affects the I sound, it's not a fully short vowel, then it would be, like you said, an R controlled syllable. Now we're gonna go to Liz.
Closed syllable, closed syllable.
Correct. Now we're gonna go to Lauren.
Closed syllable and then consonant LE.
Could I maybe reassess that one? Correct. Like I said, you're always going to confuse it with a closed syllable because logically it looks like that, short vowel sound. But remember, because there's the R, it's not a fully short vowel, just like the glued sounds. It's not fully short, but it kind of sounds like it. All right, next is going to be Christy.
Vowel team.
Correct, easy. Now I have Karishma. I'll give you a little clue like what I was doing before. That letter is magic because it turns that into a long vowel. Rob, robe. Rob, robe. I don't know if your mic is working.